electricians at MZ Electric for their work, and you should do the same. MZ Electric offers a same-day panel upgrade. You go to work, come home, hey, it's done. If you work from home or are homebound, MZ Electric brings extra power so you stay productive, connected, and comfortable while they do the upgrade. Go to mzelectric.com and schedule your same-day panel upgrade. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. That's mzelectric.com.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people, Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Your success is their success. Hey, Michael Brown here for Citywide Banks, a division of HTLF Bank. They know you have a lot of choices in what bank you trust for your commercial business loans, which is why they keep their decision-making at the local level, where bankers are focused on providing you impactful financial solutions specifically for your business. They strive to continually bring deep industry knowledge and experience to assist your business achieve success at any size or scale. They are truly here to help. Visit them today at citywidebanks.com.
HTLF Bank is an equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Living in Colorado means you're going to get hailed on. Maybe not today, but it's going to happen. So you need to know who to call when it happens. Jot down this name, Golden Spike Roofing. Golden Spike Roofing has decades of experience and is my trusted choice for all of my roofing needs. They're ready to get you a free roof inspection if you need it. Check their reviews online, then call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386 or online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
High interest rates, inflation. People are afraid when they're selling their home, and some brokers are selling them short.
There's a surprising number of home sellers and home buyers who lose money in contract negotiation. They don't even realize it.
That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is a certified negotiation expert.
I will show you how to avoid making these common mistakes and position you to put more money in your pocket at the closing table.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A little breezy with temperatures today in the low 70s, partly to mostly sunny skies with a couple of storms getting going later on this afternoon. Better chance for rain overnight. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
Hello.
Gary, should I call another
ABC
number?
News, I'm Sherry Preston. Police moving in to clear students from a pro-Palestinian encampment on the university
Should I call another number?
That's what that sounded like. In New York overnight, members of the NYPD removed students from a Columbia University building they had occupied. New York Mayor Eric Adams saying student protesters were actually being led by outside actors.
Put you on hold,
to protect our city from those who are attempting to do what is happening globally. There is a movement to radicalize young people.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met with Israeli leaders in Tel Aviv. He says the only thing standing in the way of more hostages being released and a pause in the Gaza fighting is Hamas. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says she will call a vote next week on ousting House Speaker Mike Johnson. Democrats say they'll provide the votes needed to save Johnson's job. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration moving toward reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug. This is ABC News. For the first time since serving 9 months in a Russian prison, WNBA star Brittany Griner has told her story in an exclusive interview with ABC's Robin Roberts.
Griner told Robin about the moment she was arrested at the airport in Moscow.
I'm just like, oh my God, how did I make this mistake?
In February 2022, Griner was detained for carrying vape cartridges with cannabis oil. She pleaded guilty, saying the cartridges were in her luggage unintentionally.
Have you ever, where's my glasses? They're on top of your head. Where's my phone? Oh, it's in my pocket. It's just so easy to have a mental lapse.
Griner was sentenced to 9 years in prison. She says she thought about taking her life during the ordeal.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley. Thousands of former students of the art institutes are now eligible for student loan relief. The Biden administration saying it will cancel $6 billion worth of loans amid accusations that the school lied to its students. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, sis. Missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats. Okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you then.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Check in on one another and be a part of the healthy blood pressure movement. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A major healthcare group says women should start getting mammograms at age 40 instead of 50. The recommendation from the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force is in line with numerous other health organizations that have lowered the recommended age for mammograms from 50 to 40. The panel recommending mammograms every other year from age 40 to 70. However, Dr. Emily Griffith with Rose Medical Center in Denver tells Fox 31 she recommends annual mammograms.
We're seeing younger and younger diagnoses of breast cancer, and we're seeing much more progressed diagnoses when people wait 2 years. So highly recommend getting in at age 40 every year. Insurance should cover it.
The Affordable Care Act requires that most private health insurance companies cover screening mammograms at no cost. The Avalanche have punched their ticket to the Western Conference semifinals. Colorado beat Winnipeg 6-3 in Game 5. The Avs will face either the Dallas Stars or the Vegas Golden Knights in the second round. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Some major delays up on the north end of town through Commerce City, I-276 westbound before I-25. A crash blocking 3 right lanes. Stop and go back from 88th, about 30-minute delay. Heading to the south end of town, I-225 northbound after Mississippi. A stall in the right shoulder has slow traffic back from Parker Road. Still seeing about 10 minutes of delays there. I-25 north and southbound, it's busy driving through town with no major complaints. Fox 31 at Pinpoint weather. Warm at the moment. We're expecting a high of 70 before the day's end. Clouds rolling in with a chance of scattered thunderstorms. Overnight low of 37. The current temperature in Denver is 55 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how one woman found her long-lost father just blocks away from her childhood home. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
When it comes to selecting a real estate broker, accept no excuses. That's why I endorse this man.
We aggressively go to work for you. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results.
Frank Duran with RE/MAX Alliance.
You get my team's full support, but I personally negotiate the sale for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way.
Go to Frank's website for tips on buying and selling. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com, or call 303-920-1622. Home sweet home. It's a feeling, not just a place. And our home deserves special care and attention. That's why I chose Zero-Res to care for my air ducts, giving me a breath of fresh air. And I trust the power of Zero-Res for my carpets too. Get Zero-Fied now. No soaps, no chemicals, just purified water. Starting at just $109 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Because everything is still expensive.
You got that right.
You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's going on? How can we help you? That's the question we ask every day. Listen, I want to ask you a question. Are you retired? Are you thinking about being retired? What do you think? What is retirement? Do you love retirement? Do you like the idea of retirement? Do you just want to change what you do, not do anything? I'd like to know. Now, if you're in your 40s, you might think, I can't wait. Some people in their 30s work for retirement. Other people in their 70s don't want to retire. What is it? I think there's a reason people retire. Then I think there's a reason they come out of retirement. But there's a trend now. There's a new trend called unretiring. 12%, by the way, this year alone, are going back to work. 12% of retired people. Think about that. Deputy Doc, you retired. Now, as a doctor, I could see you retiring because you're like, hey, it's hard work. You know, being around for babies to be born, an OBGYN, I can see that. But did you ever consider maybe changing your mode of medicine and doing something other than just retiring, or did you just want to lay back? What was your reason for retiring, Doc?
Hey, Tom, being an OBGYN, your life is so chaotic because you can't schedule things.
Never.
So I was really burned out, and you really can't change your specialty without going back and doing a residency, which is, ridiculous at the age of 70.
Yeah, okay, so, you couldn't be a GP, a general practitioner, if you want. You literally have to be board certified to do something differently?
No, you don't have to be board certified, but you have to be morally certified. In other words, you have to feel
you have to know what you're doing
to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
And, after 30 or 40 years, you become so specialized that you don't feel comfortable being in another specialty.
So you decided to do volunteer work. That's why you work with us. You work with ARP and other things.
Yes.
And play poker. And
yeah, between volunteering, poker, and golf, I'm pretty happy.
What about traveling? Now, a lot of people want to travel. Travel wasn't on my bucket list for some reason. I don't know. It's just, I know some people, I call them travel snobs. They love talking about where they've been, what they're going to do, where they're going. And it's like, oh, yes, when I was in Kabul or when I was in Sweden or who cares, do it, fine, do it. okay? I mean, I'm loving that you love it. I love when people love what they do. I love it. But I hate when people push what they do. Anyway, that's another topic. I want to talk to Gary Hansen, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. He's on our guest today. Gary, are you there, sir? I hope he is. I hope I still have him. Gary? Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I'm just going to have to try him again because I don't hear him. So what I'm going to do is go to Linda, who has a question. Linda, what's going on? What's happening, Linda?
Hi, Tom. Like you said, my name's Linda. And this morning I've gotten 8 phone calls from somebody that tells me they're Publisher Clearinghouse, and they won't let me not hang up. Well, I hang up and they keep calling me back.
They won't let you hang up.
Well, I hang up on them. I told them I was going to report them. I thought they were a scam, and he calls me back. He's called me back 8 times, and he's giving me information. It's supposedly my husband has won 3rd prize.
You know, it's a scam. We know it's a scam.
Well, how do I get him to quit calling me back?
Publishers Clearinghouse doesn't call you anyway. And the next thing, they don't need information from you if you won. And the next thing, you don't have to pay anything if you won. So which one of those are they trying to get?
They told me I didn't have to pay anything, maybe $150. And
Okay,
well,
let me
I know
ask you
you're
this.
a
Do you have a
scam
phone
now.
number for these people?
I have the fella that called me gave me his name, his badge number, and a phone number.
He did. And a badge number.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had a badge number. What phone number did he give you?
Don't know.
What phone number did he give you?
His own phone number, because I said, well, let me call
what is his phone number?
Your company.
What's his phone number?
819-354-0891.
Really? And so he said you won.
He said my husband won, but I could collect the prize.
Did he say what you had to do?
He was verifying it, and every information he gave me, and that's why I know it's a scam, because every information he gave me was inaccurate.
Really? Okay. Hold on a second.
But he keeps calling me back.
Just hold on a second. What's his name?
His name is Kyle Bennix.
Come on, Kyle. You lousy ripoff. People that make a living ripping people off piss me off. Come on, Kyle.
Well, and
make my day.
I've had people like this call me before, and I hang up, and they never call back. This guy's too persistent.
Hold on.
André Canton, s'il vous plaît, me laissez un bref message et je vous rappelle aussitôt que possible. Merci.
After leaving a message, you can hang up or press...
Man, that was all French. That was the number, huh? Okay.
Hey, Tom, I just
That's
looked
what
up
he
the
gave
area
me.
code. It's in Canada.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. 303.
The phone number that's on the caller ID.
Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to keep this number and try it again. But if you call back, you get the same thing, right?
I didn't call back because I didn't want to.
Do me a
The
favor.
number
Call
on
back. Would you call back and tell him you want your brother or somebody to talk to him for you? You
All
don't
right.
press.
Well, I can do that while you're on the...
I'll put you on hold.
So on my caller ID, it's a completely different number.
Oh, hold on.
Should I call the one
Okay,
he gave
give
me?
that to Kachina during the break. Give her the number that came up on your caller ID. I'd like to know that. Okay? And then I'm going to try that number too. I'm telling you, there are so many scams going on. I cannot believe it. I'm serious. It is, and most of them happen when people contact you. Remember, there's a two-way street here. You either contact people after seeing something, an ad or something like that, right? Or they contact you. Most of the ripoffs happen when they contact you, whether it's email, text, phone, when they contact you. Now, that doesn't mean when you contact them, it's not a ripoff, but a higher percentage is when you are approached. Another thing happening is when you Google or Bing or whatever you do to search something, they have false links out there on the internet. So you think you're getting Chase Bank, and you're not. That's another major problem. You search something, and boom, you get the wrong place. Or you get a fat finger typing mistake or fat thumbs, and you go to a different site. And you think, okay, I'm going to talk to the person because I called them, and now you trust them. And what ends up happening is you're screwed. You're screwed. 303-713.
Another major problem.
Man, that's me again. No, sorry. I have my YouTube sound coming through. Anyway, here's what I want to tell you, okay? We're taking your calls, your questions, your complaints. We also have RP Center on, a retirement planning center of the Rockies. Anything you want to talk about, give us a call. And the guy's name is Kyle Bendick. She gave me another phone number I'm going to try. But right now, we're going to talk about waterpros.net for the best drinking water at the kitchen sink, 1,400 fully installed. You don't get anything better for the price ever, not even for more. You don't have to pay more. Triple filter, reverse osmosis, 303-862-5554.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call him back. It was my fault. I had Gary.
Weird.
I didn't.
Years of mortgage payments left to
I'm
pay,
such an
but you
idiot
plan on
sometimes.
retiring. No, you're all right. Yikes. Sounds like you need to check out the Life Changer loan. Our average client pays off in just 5 years.
Gary,
without
it was
changing
my
a
fault,
dime
man.
spending
Hold
habit.
on. I'll be
And
right
they
with
get to
you.
keep access to their equity in retirement. In fact, Ben Stein calls this loan the greatest invention in personal finance in his lifetime. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Mark Szymanski is with Genesis Total Exteriors. I've known him for so many years. And when it's nice weather, his business explodes, of course, even though he works all year round doing home improvements inside and out. But this time of year, what are people looking for, and why should they schedule now? Mark.
I tell you, Tom, we're getting more calls than ever for siding. And I tell you, I mean, I was at a house just last week. The house is only about 15 years old and it already needed new siding because they neglected to paint the outside of the house. And there's areas that, caulking need to be done, and all of a sudden water's getting into the walls. And next thing you know, their siding is ruined, and it's going to be a much more expensive repair than if they just would have done some maintenance and painting of the outside of the house. It's so important to go around the outside of your house. You see something that's wrong, and take care of it as quickly as possible. You shouldn't say, I can wait till next year.
You know what? You speak the truth here when it comes to siding. People don't understand this, Mark. Siding, no matter what it is out there, there might be a few brands that are impermeable to moisture and stuff that go all the way through with resins. Do you know of any, or do most of them, when you put them on the house, have to be treated and at least upgraded, not upgraded, but have to be maintained?
Right, maintained. And, like the cementitious siding, I mean, that has to be painted. You can get a factory painted job and that'll last you 15 years. Underneath warranty. You got LP Smart Side with Diamond Coat, 30-year guarantee, no fading. So that's a great product that you'll never have to probably paint again in your lifetime. So there are products you don't have to maintain. There's the Everlast siding, but they've had some production problems. So we've only done one house with that. It's I think there's better products out there.
Yeah, and how does James Hardy hold up?
Out there.
How does Hardy hold up?
James Hardy again. Yeah, the problem with cementitious siding. And again, we just did a house recently that was sold, and they went through the inspection report. 24 pieces of siding were cracked on it that we had to go through and replace. And the reason that is because most installers don't give enough space for the cementitious siding to expand and contract. And it's just sad that it was installed improperly. Now you have to go to this big expense.
I'm telling you, you want an expert on your side. Mark Szymanski, Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. Call for free quotes always, 303-679-8509, 679-8509. Red Rock's Roof and Solar, you're talking about the outside. Now let's talk about solar. Red Rock's not only does the sales, they do installation and service. They have the down low when it comes to your loans, your tax credits, even grants for commercial systems that can get you up and running for little or no cost. I love the way Red Rocks does business. They are the experts. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449.
Very nice.
I went a little over, but.
Then the brake wouldn't fire. That was fun. 2.5.
Okay.
I was hitting it. Yo, hit it.
I'm ready to bring up Gary. It was my fault. I had him muted.
Everybody thinks this job's easy. Mark, are you finally there?
Yes.
Where is this camera?
Not up.
Well, are you going to get it up? Wait, that's a weird question.
Yeah, am I going to get it up?
Not funny.
So good, then chime in.
Chiming.
All right.
That Shannon sure is ugly.
You have a camera in here now?
We don't need one to do that, to figure that out. What, are you kidding me?
I'm sorry, I swear I spilled something on my pants. I wasn't just wiping repetitively for, wasn't doing a tube and I'd spilled coffee on my. How many, Dixon?
Talk station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I am taking a survey from my YouTube morons, Mark. I'm asking them to prioritize their concerns. Immigration, economy, the presidential race, the furry scurry race this weekend, or women. What is on the morons' minds, or men or women, depending on what you have on your mind. So, anyway, I think the furry scurry race is way more important than the presidential race at this point. I think, in fact, people who love dogs are the best people in the world. Do you ever meet somebody that doesn't like pets? I don't trust them. I've never trusted people like that.
Do you remember Ming?
Yeah. Oh, no, don't talk about Ming.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Ming came into the studio one time as a common man, and he told us, quite frankly, about growing up and
in China.
And they didn't have dogs as pets. They had them as an entree. And we
That's
thought
right.
he was kidding because that's a stereotype, right?
I didn't think he was kidding. He said the only restaurant in his entire town, that's all they served, was Woof Woof.
I think they had a fast food chain, Walk Your Dog. Boom, boom. Anyway, I forget that crap. So this Publishers Clearinghouse, nothing answers, man. So Linda, thanks for telling us about it. You know what? It's one of many scams going on. One of many. Another thing I think is a scam, although it's not a scam, it's legal, and they don't mean to be a scam. People have been calling me about it, so I posted a video on LinkedIn and YouTube and around, and it's about the XL letters that people have been getting. The XL letters. You know what I'm talking about? The ones on home warranties. You don't have XL out there. Who do you have, Mark?
We have, man, it's a co-op.
It used to be IREA, but they changed, right?
Used to be.
So, anyway, I asked my YouTube morons to give me their whatchamacallit, their people, their priorities. I mean, so immigration, economy, presidential race, furry scurry, or women or men. What's on your mind? Anyway, bottom line is this. If you, Mark, if you want to have some fun, we got this guy, and JR reminded me about it. Go Cat, the worst. We need to confront this guy. Now listen to this. He's in Inglewood, Colorado. He's ripping people all over the country and all over Colorado, taking money up front for custom drag racing engines and racing engines, not just drag, but I mean like really hot motors. And he is doing nothing. Then he tells people, I don't have the money to pay you back, I spent it. But he keeps doing it. And he hasn't so far done much. So that's what this guy's doing. And he's in Inglewood in a storage unit. And I think one of the consumers, or one of the people who've been ripped off, what we ought to do is serve him with small claims, or just go out there and get an explanation. In fact, I proposed that we should have a patrol, troubleshooter patrol, where people go out with their cell phones and not be like, I don't want them to be like, violent or threatening or anything, obviously. And I don't want them to be too confrontational, but I would like them to say, hey, we've gotten many complaints on the Troubleshooter show about, in fact, I'll even get T-shirts made, Troubleshooter Patrol. You go with your cell phone, you show up. We've gotten many complaints about you. You're taking a ton of money from people. You're all over the internet. You're not coming through. Why are you still open? What is your justification? That's what I want to ask this guy. Now, we can't get through to him because his voicemail's full. He doesn't answer his phone. But this would be a good confrontation, a really good one. And I'm gonna, like I said, I want to do a troubleshooter patrol, and let me get his address. I got his address from yesterday, and where the heck, man? It's a terrible guy. It's called Go Cat. I just have to find it, but I have his address and all of that. And Go Cat. Oh, here it is. His name is Eric Brown. And Go Cat Speed Shop, and it's at 4425 South Santa Fe Drive in Inglewood. Now, he's been taking money. I mean, in fact, there's not one good review about this guy. I mean, not one recent. He's just been stealing money. Just stealing. His name is Eric Brown. I want to know if people can tell us where he hangs out, what he does, why he's cheating and lying to people. 303 Martino, by the way, you can call 24/7, 303-627-8466, and you can leave a message, and we will get back to you so you don't have to wait on hold. Now I want to go to Gary Hansen with Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Gary, sorry, I had you turned down last time. So listen, there's a trend we're hearing about unretiring. They say this year alone, About 12% of all those who retired will come back into the workforce. And they're not talking about just coming back, to be a greeter at Walmart, although some of them are.
Yeah.
They're talking about, in general, just basically, ramping up a career, becoming a consultant. Have you heard of any of your clients thinking about this or doing it, or do you have people that are doing it?
Well, to answer your question, Tom, yeah, we do. Interestingly enough, there's studies done by the American College, and they've concluded that the people that are happiest in retirement actually don't jump off the cliff and retire one day and don't work again. Those that seem to transition the best are individuals that maybe will phase out, and you use the term consultants, and do consulting because they can make good money. They don't have to have that full-time commitment to the workforce, and that's become quite popular. That's the good news. The bad news is there's just a lot of folks that do that because they don't have a choice.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. So this unretiring, as they say, it's because they don't have a choice, a lot of them. Some of them just want to contribute. Now, I can see that. I mean, I don't know what this rush is to do nothing or just to hang out. And I love leisure time. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I also love recreational things and, just fun stuff. But after a while, truly, unless you're doing something to help people, I'm thinking, or not just in order to help, but to contribute to society, I get this useless feeling. And I don't know, maybe it was, but I hear so many people in retirement. First of all, I hear from the wives who are tired of seeing their husbands around, or husbands and wives who were working both, and they retire, and they're tired of seeing each other around all the time. And it really does have a strain on things, not only money. Even if you have money, that's not even the point. There are many doctors who retired that had money, and guess what? They don't like just hanging out. I know they do in the beginning, but I know they don't. In fact, some of them have gotten involved with Doctors Without Borders and and things like that.
My wife and I have a standing joke, Tom. As you know, I'm 73, and she said years ago, she said, "Gary, you can retire whenever you want, but you have to leave the house every morning at 8:30."
Yes, that's right. That would be a good thing. No, but a lot of people, a lot of people after they retire, they're sorry that they did, and I don't think it all has to do with money either. I think a lot of people simply want to feel useful in their lives. They just want to feel like they're doing something. Anyway.
Well, that's the beauty. Yeah, that's the beauty with my business, because my sons will let me come up there, and I see good people, I meet good people, I stay active, and guess what? I can pretty well dictate my schedule, but I just enjoy it, Tom. I don't know why you'd walk away from that at this point.
All right. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's to each their own what they want to do.
Yeah.
And I think even at some point where I do slow down, I'm going to want to do other things. And I just for fun. I mean, I think work can be fun if you love what you're doing. Okay, so we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Stick around for more fun and games, and give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. 888-heating.com. We'll do the $28 risk-free service fee, where they come to your home for $28 to look at an item and to service it. And then if you need further repairs or maintenance, they will credit you the $28. That goes for water heaters. They'll flush it and tune it and make sure it's running right, or any other component in your home. And that's 888-heating.com. Let me give you that number. And that number is, where am I? There I am. 303-770-2776.
Well, you've already slowed down. Were you going to get much slower for retirement?
First Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
Just north of downtown, I-70 westbound at Colorado Boulevard, a crash off on the left shoulder has slow traffic back from Dahlia and Monaco. East of there, near DIAE 470 southbound, stop-and-go traffic through roadwork between 104th and Pena Boulevard. We're seeing about a 10-minute delay. Back to the center of town, I-25 north and southbound, no complaints through the metro area. Some slowdowns on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Scattered thunderstorms later today. It's going to be warm until then with a high of 70 degrees. Overnight low of 37. Tomorrow partly cloudy, high 61. The current temperature in Denver is 61 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Coming up this week on the Tudor Dixon podcast, we talk with Rob Finnerty of Newsmax about the latest from the Trump trials and deterioration of our colleges and universities, plus an episode on a new prayer app with a story that is truly remarkable. It's the Tudor Dixon podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you
shoot a poodle. Sorry, you're supposed to precede this, not follow it.
Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is
How they get away with this ad.
proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed.
Now, what if I squatted a house and I'm trying to get him to sell it and he can't sell it? Does he have to give me $5,000?
Home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy.
Again, sorry I screwed up. Here you go with Made in the Shade and Keel and Park.
720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You know, one of our themes today is, planning for retirement, no matter what age you are. Some of the people that Retirement Planning Center works with, Keel and Park, they're attorneys that do estate planning. That's Keel and Park with an E on the end of each of those spellings, Keel and Park. And what they'll do, I like the way they do it. They'll meet with you about your estate. What is an estate? An estate is everything you own, everything, including, by the way, debt's part of an estate. So they look at you, they look at your fine art, jewelry, precious metals, investments, cars, houses, whatever you have or don't have, liabilities and assets, and then they come up with a recommendation on what you need for retirement and then to pass on to your heirs. Okay? Then they come up with an estate plan with flat rates. You decide how much you want to do or how little you want to do, but you know the price up front. Keel and Park, lawkp.com. Lawkp.com, free consultations, 970-818-8198. Okay, window coverings make or break a home, in my opinion. You don't want open windows, of course, and what about the new stuff that you can work with a cell phone, battery operated or solar controlled? You know, Made in the Shade has every option available, including just drapes and curtains and valances. Whatever it is you want, they'll come and measure and consult you for free with a design consultant to come up with a price in your budget. If you decide to move forward, they have the best installers in the business. It's denvershades.co. Look them up. That's Made in the Shade, all one-stop shop, denvershades.co.
Because of my mistake, you only have 2.5.
Wealth.
Scumbag.
Yep.
Check out our new savings on fee.
You're still a little low.
Mark, why isn't your camera working?
I'm working, dude. I'm like got 75 things going. Look
Like
at
what?
I just finished up on the new merchants first. Look at
I'll look at it.
savingonfees.com.
I'll look at it right now.
Is this better, Shannon, or too hot?
Nope, sounding good.
Well, I know I sound good.
We'll just have to keep massaging it. You know how
It looked good, too.
Oh, God. Saving. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Cool. Really nice.
Steps are happening, but
I got one more to get off that server.
This was
Nice
one of the
logo.
protesters from Metro State.
Who did your logo? Our logo.
No.
I got the whole thing done
The
for
state ag department is setting the site
$100.
up. Steps are happening, but very slowly.
Website and logo.
Here's the best.
Come
part.
on!
It's a lot of discussion and not a lot of action.
Come on!
It's like when we're trying to get a blowjob.
Yeah.
A lot of discussion.
And no action.
Not in my house.
I know. Just, it's a joke. Come on. Let the baby have his toy.
KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, welcome to the show. Don't forget, 303 Martino
Hello.
will get you through 24/7. What's going on, Mike?
Well, I heard you talking about the retirement things and how, people go back into the workforce. I retired in 2015, and my career spanned, about 40 years, and I made it 11 days, and I had to find something to do.
Yeah,
And
so what
since
did you
then, I've
do?
been working.
What did you do?
I work for 3 different Medicaid transport companies, helping the community, people getting from A to B to their appointments. And, I get to meet people, talk to people, and help the community, and it gives me a good feeling, and I'm still ticking, so I'm still kicking.
Hey, man, what was your
Just not a
career? What kind of stuff did you do?
Well, I had my own contracting company for 14 years, and then I went to work in telecommunications for a local company here. And, I had a fulfilling career. I got to travel, and it's like I did it backwards. I moved to Florida when I was 25 and had a job lined up when I hit the ground there, and it was a good deal. I kind of did it backwards, enjoyed it while I was young. Now I'd be complaining about the bugs and the heat if I went down there, I think.
Hey, Mike, you know what? You reflect what a lot of people are saying about retirement. It's not all it's cracked up to be, unless, of course, it's productive. A lot of people do really good stuff with volunteer stuff. And listen, some people are actually re-educating themselves for different kinds of careers and stuff. And that's the thing. Gary, something that I heard, Gary is with Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Gary, something I heard that I found very interesting. I did not realize this. There are people who later in life were doing Roth IRAs and using them for themselves so they could take up something they've always wanted to do for fun. And they re-educate themselves. So Roth isn't just for kids, for you, for your kids. You can use it for yourself, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the only rule with the Roth is as long as you can show some form of income equal to the amount you contribute to the Roth or greater, anybody can contribute to a Roth IRA.
And
I can't. Tom can't. There's a lot of people that can't.
Well, you're talking about the income requirements, right, Mark? Because of the income, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
which I think, honestly, I've never understood that. I don't know why everybody can't.
I know
find
it.
it absurd that rule's there.
I totally agree because it would help everyone. I totally agree with that. I don't understand the reason for those restrictions. So Gary, but I understand now there is a growing number of people that are making contributions to IRAs that are not deductible because they're over the income. I thought you could not have an IRA. But I'm understanding that you can have an IRA, you just can't deduct it, but you can still enjoy tax-deferred earnings if you're over the income limit. And of course, there are some other limitations, like you can't have a retirement plan at work or anything like that. Have you heard about?
A lot of people, Tom, actually do especially higher income earners will do some backdoor Roth conversions, and
we do that each year, Tom, Suzanne and I.
But wasn't there some limitation on that? I heard the backdoor one.
It's only up to what you can put in an IRA, which is it's like $8,500 or something.
That's correct. That's correct.
So
there are limits, and it doesn't do a lot of good. But at the same time, some people take the approach, hey, anything I can do to.
But wait, so what they do is explain it to people listening. A backdoor. Roth.
They contribute to the IRA account up to that $8,500 limit if they're past age 50, and at that point, then they turn around and convert that to a Roth IRA. Now, of course, if it's in a Roth IRA that's been established, they've waited 5 years, then the money could be taken out income tax free at any time.
So, Gary, I could take one of my IRAs, you're saying, and take $8,500 in a tax year and make a Roth.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's
a backdoor conversion.
And that Roth, there's no limit on income. You can have a Roth, and so I can take one of the accounts I have or part of it and put it into a Roth.
Tom, if there's an income limit, I'm unaware what the number is, and the reason I say that is we have doctors that do this. And they do it on the advice of their CPAs.
And then they use it for education for their kids or themselves or whatever, but they put it away. And it has to be used for education. Is that? No, it doesn't, does it?
No,
that's, I'm thinking of a 5. You're right. So it can be used for anything.
Yeah, and it can be used tax-free. That's the real attraction is how do we take money that's taxable, get a tax deduction, turn around, and then convert it
But if you take an IRA that's already tax deferred and you put it into a Roth, you have to pay tax on it when you convert it.
Correct. Yes.
So Mark, is that what you do? You convert other stuff and pay tax on it?
Well, no, all we do is put it into our IRA. It's tax deferred at the moment, then we transfer it into the Roth. I would assume eventually how it works is, Schwab or Ameritrade or whoever you use for that stuff is keeping track of what was brought in. I mean, honestly, I don't know because I haven't withdrawn from it. I don't know when I pay taxes on it.
But let me ask you something, Gary. We always talk about when you draw down a retirement account, it's not the most efficient use of a retirement account. Sometimes you want to put it into something, and not always an annuity, but you want to put it into something, even preferred stock or some good debt securities, bonds that pay an interest. You want to put it in something that generates an income. So with a Roth, if you simply draw it down, sure, it's tax-free, but you're still just drawing it down. So this is for people that want to just draw down the Roth eventually, right? I mean, because go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that necessarily because what we try to teach is the concept of flattening tax. If we can take an account that's going to grow and create a larger tax burden down the road than it will have now, what we would rather do is have the client peel that interest off that account at least every year where they can keep the account about level or hedge it for inflation a little bit with the idea that we'll then take that money, and in most cases, believe it or not, we put that money in overfunded life insurance contracts, which allow them then to withdraw that money when they're ready to retire completely income tax free.
Okay.
Non-reportable income. And guess what? You don't have the limitation of $8,500 like you do on a Roth.
So, Mark, do you plan on taking a Roth and simply taking withdrawals from it tax free? Is that your end goal?
Well, yeah, but I mean, we've got 2 different SEPs. We've got all kinds of stuff, but we do have 2 Roths that we've had forever. Back when I owned even the computer stores. I mean, our Roths are probably 20 years old, man.
Oh, okay. Were they backdoor Roths or regular Roths, Mark?
Back then, I could actually contribute to them without having that backdoor stuff. Now they just sit there with nothing if it wasn't for that backdoor stuff.
All right, so 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Just north of downtown, I-70 westbound at Colorado Boulevard, a crash off on the left shoulder has slow traffic back from Dahlia and Monaco. East of there, near DIA, E470 southbound stop-and-go traffic through roadwork between 104th and Pena Boulevard. We're seeing about a 10-minute delay. Back to the center of town, I-25 north and southbound, no complaints through the metro area. Some slowdowns on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Scattered thunderstorms later today. It's going to be warm until then with a high of 70 degrees. Overnight low of 37. Tomorrow partly cloudy, high 61. The current temperature in Denver is 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
How do we stop the spread of anti-Semitism? This week on Red Pilled America, we answer that question by telling the story of the epic battle between Candace Owens and the Daily Wire. Listen to Red Pilled America wherever you get podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
And if you want any help with a real estate issue, evictions, HOA stuff, buying and selling real estate, you need someone to look at contracts. Maybe you want to sell something and be the financer. You want to seller finance, or you're buying something and they're doing a seller finance. Whatever it is, O'Brien Legal Services, Brad O'Brien, he is the ultimate real estate expert and can help you with real estate law. And I urge you to get in touch with him for anything to do with real estate. olslaw.com, 720-370-7388.
Very nice. 4.5.
Thank you.
Responsible manufacturing ideology.
Well, it's
Bunch
gotta
of
be
green
some
shit?
sort of- sustainability.
Hi, thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Hello.
Okay. on the phone, but you can definitely listen to it on the podcast, which you can get off of our webpage. You have access to the internet. Do you have a
You still there, Gary?
that can get
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. It's good discussions. I'll be coming back to you after the top of the hour.
Hey, Tom, quick question. I've got a consumer question to ask you guys today about my daughter being involved in an accident.
Oh, good. Let's do it. Okay, I'm going to put you on hold again.
Yeah, so all you need to do is download an app, and it's called iHeartRadio. And then you're going to search for the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And then all of the radio shows are on that podcast. You do it by the date. Yeah, well, that's part of my job, unfortunately, just like I'm talking to you. The other thing that you do, if you want to go on the radio, you can ask Tom about it, since, there might be some other people out there that have the same question. I can put you on hold, and you can talk to Tom on air.
That's not the point.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Marc Mager in the wings, working his ass off in the home office and chiming in when he feels like it. So, this backdoor, we get a lot of inquiries as soon as I mention it, this backdoor Roth for people that make, it's not hard, I guess, for a couple to make enough to not be able to contribute. Is that right, Gary? For example, Gary, what is the limit for a Roth? 150?
Limit in terms of what they can put in each year?
No, the limit. When are you cut off from having a regular Roth?
I don't know, Tom. I'd have to look the tax code up.
Okay, I think Mark said it's like. Mark, did you say it's like 150?
Yeah, that could be last year's number, but for a couple, I think it's right around there.
So that's not hard nowadays for couples to make more than that. And if that's the case, they're looking for a way to have a Roth. So hold on a sec. Heather, you have a comment. Go ahead, or a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know what a backdoor was referring to, because I was on the phone when that
Okay,
came up on
here's
the
what we're
radio.
saying, Heather. If you're above the income limit to have a Roth, you can convert other retirement money, and correct me if I'm wrong here, both Gary and Mark, you can convert some of that money in a qualified plan. You can then pull it out, pay the tax on it, and put it into a Roth. Is that right, guys?
Correct.
Yep.
And that's what's called a back door.
All right. Answer to your other question.
What's the question? What's the answer, real quick, Gary?
Single limit was $153,000. Married filing jointly, you can't contribute. After 228, you have a limited calculation between 218 and 228.
Well, that's okay. So, Heather, if you have more questions, hang on, okay? We have more coming up, 303-713-8255, and I'll take all of your calls. Ed, thank you for hanging on there, too. I'll come back to you and Matt. So stick around on the Troubleshooter Show.
Sorry, we're having a hard time hearing Gary there.
Oh, I'll pump him up.
Sure.
I can pump him up easily, yeah. Pump him up.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him either. Talib said he couldn't hear him.
Ah, crap. Mark.
Well, and if Talib can't hear him, holy crap.
Mark, did you see the, I don't know if you're a Stones fan or not, but Mick Jagger is going on tour again. Well, the Stones are going on tour again. And There's
I can't get no.
Hey, man, there's some video. Now, he's 80 years old. There's video of him dancing and singing. I can't freaking believe this guy. I can't believe him.
He's the man.
Oh, shit. I mean, I think they're the oldest rock group touring right now, or the longest.
Well, certainly their earlobes are the longest. You know, when you get old.
The Beach Boys, the Zombies, both are still
Are you
touring.
calling the Rolling Stones zombies?
Nope.
And why are you? You're still kind of low, aren't you? Isn't he?
I don't know. I'm moving around, bro.
Well, yeah, you do your 50,000 things.
I got to pump up Gary.
B-52's still touring. Iron Maiden. Devo. Name of a Devo song. Go ahead. Come on. Nobody. Whip it. Whip it good. Eagles, 1971. Kool and the Gang, 1964. Rolling Stones, 1962.
So they're not even close to the oldest.
No, they are. They're right up there, man. The only ones under them are the Zombies, which, of course, makes sense. And the Beach Boys. Those are the only two that seem to be above them.
Hi, is this Kelly? Hi, this is also Kelly.
And I don't know
calling
if
from
I'd
the
consider the
Martino
Beach Boys rock and
regarding
roll.
the question
They're
we
more
had
like
about the
surfer dude music.
Okay, hang on for me. We're just about to come back from break, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? We're a radio show, so we only do on-air calls. Okay. All right, hang on for me.
I'm going to forward you an email. That means this is open, Mark, and we should capitalize on it. I think we can actually do better. You definitely could. Okay? Read the email I just sent.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm walking away for a sec here. I'll be right back.
Mic drop. Ooh, guess who's coming to Denver? Come on.
Slipknot.
I don't know about them.
Oh, okay. We were talking about them today in KOA. What's going on? Who?
I can't tell even what venue this is. Oh, the Paramount Theater. What is that like, Shannon? I'm sure you've been there.
Downtown.
It's downtown. It's on 16th Street Mall. It's pretty darn good. I've seen quite a few things there over the years.
You don't
Like tiny shit or what?
I
don't mean the
like
people playing. I mean, is it tiny, the venue?
It's about 1,500.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll buy good seats then. Fuck it.
Yep. Oh, very intimate. If you get down front, you bet. Oh my gosh.
Who's he buying to?
What are you seeing?
George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Oh, yeah. Should be able to.
Bad.
I probably won't even sell out. So yeah, you should get good seats.
I'm getting the full VIP deal, bro.
Getting VIP'd on, huh?
Let's see what I get here. Includes one premium reserved seat, A tour poster, I don't give a shit about that. Ah, a lanyard. We know what happens if you have a lanyard.
The Greg Hollenbeck Memorial Lanyard?
Yep, and Peter Boyles will try to kill you if you wear a lanyard. And priority access to the official merchandise shopping. Woohoo! I'm starting to think I'm not getting the VIP experience. It sounds stupid.
Yep.
But I have a feeling if I want these tickets... There we go. Now what? That's why I let Suzanne buy tickets. This looks fucking complicated. Bam, orchestra. That's good, right? Yes, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, it makes you buy the stupid,
Oh.
Bastards.
What?
Okay, fuck it. I'm going. I love this guy. Let me tell you a story about the house renting blues. I come home one Friday.
What
the
is Mark
landlady
going crazy?
said I hadn't had the rent money yet.
Is Mark going crazy or what?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you any way we can. All you need to do is give us a call this hour, brought to you by waterpros.net. Whole house water conditioning and softening and purification systems, lower than any price you're going to find on the market for the same technology, and great stuff like a kitchen sink drinking fountain for your purified water. Never buy bottled water again. $1,400 fully installed. 303-862-5554. I would say with your health, supplements, food, exercise, definitely water. We overlook it and drink crap. Hey, that's waterpros.net. Let's talk to Kelly. And by the way, what's on your mind today? We are talking some retirement stuff, but not just retirement, but savings. And for those listening, a backdoor Roth we've been talking about, and I've been getting questions on this. First of all, if you're a single filer, and Gary, you can chime in here. If you're a single filer, and I want to make sure your level's pretty good. Go ahead, Gary. You have a limit of $150,000. If you make $150,000, you cannot open a Roth, right?
Yeah, in fact, the number I gave you was for 23 and 24. Anything less than $146,000, you can make your contribution.
Okay, and if you're married, it goes up to 200 or something.
240.
Now, if you're married,
excuse me, Tom, 230. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's a lot of money for a couple. So if you make it, most couples can probably do that according to statistics. But if you make, what if you file separately? Does that go then only on your income, or do they still count household income?
Well, that's a tax question for a CPA, but the bottom line is there are some partial contributions that could be made, but it depends on who's making what amount of money in the marriage.
All right.
Well, but the other problem is the maximum you can put in is what, like $15,000 a year?
What do you mean, Mark?
Yeah, well, into the Roth or the IRA?
Into a Roth. I mean, the maximum you're going to be able to put in is not that much. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know. That's a lot of money, Mark, to put away to grow tax deferred or tax free. 15 grand.
I'm saying most people that own small businesses and stuff like that, they can put a lot more into a SEP or a lot more into a lot of different things.
Well, that's another good question. Is there a limit if you have other retirement plans? In other words, can you have a SEP? Can you have a 401k? Can you have a Roth? Can you have these different things?
These numbers I just gave you, the 7,000 or 8,500 if you're past age 50, those apply to the total contribution for the Roth and the IRA. So whether you're doing it in a Roth IRA or
you can't do both.
No, but Mark's right, because what you could do is go into a SEP plan and contribute quite a bit more. And of course, there are higher limits too if you're just doing
and then you can pull it, and then you can pull it out of the SEP, and put it into a Roth, right?
You could do a Roth conversion from the SEP, but you could after you.
Do you have to wait? Or do you have to wait a year? I mean, it seems like the government would look at that loophole. Like, let's say you can put away a lot more with a SEP. I think you can put up to 25% of your income, I believe, with a SEP. If you put that SEP away and then convert part of it right away to a Roth, can you?
I would have to check, Tom. I apologize. I just don't want to give you bad information.
No, I understand that.
I'm not so sure. Let me talk through this a little bit. The 59.5 rule doesn't apply to the conversion. That's when you can actually begin to withdraw funds without being penalized additionally on top of the tax you're going to pay. I'm thinking the conversion, though, that we have clients that will move money in SEPs before they're 59.5 into a traditional IRA, because they want to take control, and they'll continue to fund the SEP. And I think we can convert those as we go. And I think it depends on where
if it goes from qualified to qualified, you don't pay.
You're fine.
You don't pay the 10%. You don't.
That's correct.
Yeah, but
there's if you have enough wrapped up into a Roth, I'll tell you something interesting too, and you still have a ways to retire. There's annuities that you could transfer into, and then when you pull money out of that annuity, if you do decide to turn on that income stream, you don't pay taxes on that.
So that would be, it's almost like a Roth annuity is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because you're taking the money out of a Roth that theoretically has already been taxed, and then you're converting that into an annuity inside the Roth.
Yeah, whether it's a brokerage statement or an annuity or any of those tools, it doesn't matter. What matters is the tax qualification of the account.
Okay, another question. When you guys talk about SEPs, simplified employment pension or whatever, or self-employed pension, people call it, they have different names for it. But the bottom line is, can you have a SEP with your company if your company also has a 401k? If a self-employed, we got a lot of people out there in business, contractors and people in business, and they start a SEP, right? Like, can they also have a 401k in their business? I'm wondering if you can have both. And that's a good question, actually. And a lot of this has to do with retirement. A lot of it has to do with tax planning. But they're important.
Well, generally a 401k, if you own the business, is going to be for employees. I'm not saying you can't have your own, but I think you're thinking of two different tools. So 401k is set up mostly, with companies that have employees to protect their money, almost like a trust fund.
Well, and it's designed as well as a set of golden handcuffs, if you will, because they want to keep good employees. And that's why most employees set up a 401k plan to begin with. Whereas the SEP plan, on the other hand, is designed more to benefit the employer, not the employee.
No, I understand. But there are people.
Tom, to answer your question, if I worked for Walmart and they had a 401k and I participated in that, I would have a 401k through my employer, but then I also own my own company. I could have a SEP for myself through the company.
But that income has to be through that company. You can't you can't count the percentage of your income from the Walmart money. It has to be.
That's an accountant question. That I don't.
No, that for sure I know. I know another thing. There are people who own companies that don't have employees, and they do what's called a solo 401k. And a solo 401k, you are allowed to have both a SEP and a solo 401k. And we have a lot of people listening that do that. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm bringing this up. We have a lot of people who actually do this kind of planning. They own their own company. They have a 401k. They have a SEP. I don't know what limits there are to also on top of that having a Roth or how. I don't know exactly how much you can stack these retirement plans. That's one
so
thing.
So I just know from the SEP generally, depending on what the income is how much you can put into the SEP. So there is a maximum, I want to say around 60, 65 a year. But if you don't make a certain amount, then you still can't put 65 in. In other words, it's a percentage it breaks down, but there is a maximum. And then like we already talked about, the IRA, depending on what age you are, or the other ones are around 8,000. I think a Roth for a couple's like 15 or 16,000, but they're all different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the point. A lot of people don't have the money to put away, okay? So obviously, I feel bad about that, okay? But I'm talking about there are a lot of people, too, that would have the money if they could reduce their tax burden. And this does both. If you do this right in planning retirement money, you not only put off how do I say this? You not only put off the tax burden, but then you grow money for retirement, both.
That's correct.
Okay, so we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I want to just start this call real quick. Kelly, what was your question on a coin seminar? Go ahead, Kelly.
Yes, hi, Tom.
Hi.
I just had a question about these coin buying events that different organizations put on.
Yeah.
I got a flyer from IECA and was wondering if they were legitimate.
Well, okay. You know what? I'm going to tell you. It's like any show. You have these coin shows or these other kinds of shows. They are legit, but that doesn't mean every single person in there is the best to do business with. You have to evaluate each deal separately. And listen, there's something about coins I want you to know, okay? When you start putting the spreads on it, you're not going to make money with coins except over the long run. It's not, first of all, it's not a security. It's so you can buy and sell all you want. They can make all the promises they want without getting in trouble because it's not a security. However, with their fees and with the way coin collection goes, you really don't make money in the short run. It's going to be something you buy and hold for a long time to absorb those fees. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just kind of an old collection of, there's, Kennedys and Mercury dimes.
If you want some honest assessment of that, I have a friend. He's on our referral list as they have an auto repair shop. But Mark himself, I'm talking about Mark over at the, they're on Santa Fe, Mark. Who am I thinking of here? Those guys are really good. Let me get their name for you.
Budget A1.
Yeah, Budget, but I'm thinking Mark's last name. I'm sorry. But Mark over at Budget A1.
Machowski.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mark. And I don't know if he hangs. Is he there full time anymore? Or does Scott pretty much run the place? Do you know, Mark? If he's still doing,
I think Scott runs. I think Scott is in the. He runs it, and I think Mark is really concentrating on the coins.
Yeah, Mark is a very honest man, a good guy, and if you call Budget, I know this is weird. Call Budget A1 Transmission and Auto Repair.
Okay.
And talk to Mark. And Mark is a good guy, and he can direct you in the right place.
I'll give you the number.
Okay, perfect. I'm ready.
It is 720 This goes right to Top Dollar Coin. That's Mark's
Oh,
company.
good, Mark. Oh, good.
935-4463. And I never pronounce this word right, but he is a...
Oh, God, I can't do it.
He's
a
numismatist. It's very easy. Numismatist.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Doc.
Who asked you?
Yeah.
Hey,
and his name is
still-
Mark.
Does Mark still work
Yes.
there? He hasn't shown up in a month.
Yeah.
Shut up.
So listen, let me just say something, Doc. Mark works harder when he doesn't show up because he has no one to distract him. Anyway, we got more coming up.
You have no clue.
More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Realtors, builders, schools, even amusement parks all use advanced mudjacking. 35 plus years of lifting.
Quick to these two.
Castle Rock, advanced mudjacking. 303-424-944.
Oh, become the bankers of 120.com.
Okay. Joe Cano, while we're on a discussion of income and retirement, you like talking about rolling over retirement. One of the things you like doing is to put them into something guaranteed, something that is not just guaranteed, but something that is guaranteed never to lose a dime of gain or of principal, along with a guaranteed return and then income. Can you explain that and talk about your next seminar coming up?
Yeah, Tom, you were talking about IRAs and SEPs.
Yes.
And we do have a lot of clients that have actually both. They have a SEP account and also an IRA account. So it is allowable.
Yes,
The SEP, is primarily for a self-employed person, basically, and they can contribute up to 25% of their earned income that they're making from their company, or up to $65,000 a year, whichever one is, the lesser of the two. The limit is $65,000 a year. So what we talk about, is the rolling over of ineffective accounts. Like maybe somebody has an IRA with a stock market firm, and they're tired of losing money. Maybe somebody has a SEP the same way with a brokerage account, and they're tired of losing money. We see a lot of self-employed people rolling over those accounts into their own personal SEP accounts without the risk of the stock market. They can roll over their 401ks, their IRAs, whatever they have on retirement that may be at risk in the stock market, into safety with one of the annuities that we talk about all the time, which they'll get a guaranteed income for the rest of their life. Think about that. Any other place they won't be able to guarantee an income for the rest of the client's life. Or annuity guarantees an income that will last as long as the client lives.
And now hold on. I need to wrap this up, and we haven't talked about your seminar. I need to but I have to do this. 303-779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. We'll have more information on the June seminar, 303, or you can call Joe and ask about it, 303-779-6600. Listen, I want you to go to Excel Roofing, EXCEL. It's not like the power, it's like the roofing company. And Excel Roofing is Jay and his family, and I've known them for many, many years. And here's what I want to tell you about Excel Roofing. They have AI working for them right now on their website. If you go there, you can get a price for your roof priced by Excel with their labor and their material rates. If you simply put in your address, you'll know what your roof will cost, whether it's going to be insurance paid or you're paying or you're selling, you need to put a roof on, or you just bought a house, you need a roof. ExcelRoofing.com. They don't take a cent until you're content.
Very nice.
Okay. Question. Quantum.
I come in last night about 10:30. That baby of mine wouldn't let me in. All right, does anybody know that song?
What the hell?
Move it on over.
Okay, hang on for me.
Don't you like George Thorogood? You're telling me you don't like him. That's what you're saying.
I do. So, had a friend walking through Trafalgar Square in London, and they got lots of buskers and whatnot out there, lots of musicians and jugglers and magicians and crap. And he hears a guy playing, I think, that song.
I love that song.
Nailing that song to the point where he thinks it might be Thorogood playing in London, in the streets of London. And you never know. But he walks around the corner and it's not. It's a guy who's got a guitar in a mount, almost looking like a steel guitar, laid on its side. And he's playing it, but he has 2 hooks for hands.
Oh,
he
my
does not
God.
have hands, and he is nailing Bad to the Bone. And so since then, my friend and I have always said, George Thorogood plays like a man with no hands.
Man.
Sorry, it's a bit of a dig.
I drink alone.
I have to.
With nobody else. Yep. Every morning just before breakfast. I don't want no coffee or tea. Just me and my good buddy Wiser. That's all I ever need, 'cause I drink alone.
It's good stuff.
It's good stuff, man.
Yep. It'll get us through trying times.
He actually does hand jive, too, man. Do that crazy hand jive, to jive, to jive, to jive, jive.
I know. I love the play.
I'm surprised Mark didn't go into entertaining.
Because he's not very entertaining, or what?
Oh, bullshit, man. I could sing. I could do every song Thorogood does.
You know your way around a show tune, that's for sure.
Thank you.
I got the horse right here. His name is Paul Revere.
Choose an option to tap your card to your phone. What the fuck's that mean? Okay.
With the Derby coming up, we got to start singing that song. All right, let's see what happens if I do this.
630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We've been talking a lot about finance and stuff, and now let's talk about anything you want as well, of course. I think that income, retirement, money, unfortunately, it consumes us because we all want to just live our lives and have fun, right? And it's sad that some people make just enough to struggle and get by, and others have excess, but I don't mind that. I don't mind that there's inequality or different outcomes. All I care about is that we all have the same opportunity. And then you can't control the outcomes, but each one of us should make the most of what we have. And that's what we try to do here on the show, is to educate you to that effect. If you have any questions, there's absolutely nothing off base as far as questions go. Now, I don't mind telling you what I do. Mark doesn't mind telling you what he does. Gary in Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they don't mind telling you we have other experts available. We have everything you need to feel comfortable about the information you get. And Art, what's going on with you?
Hey, I want to know what you know about quantum fiber. Do you know anything about that?
Well, just kind of, but it depends on what you need to know. Like what are you? What?
Xfinity.
What's that? Okay, you want to know quantum fiber, Xfinity's quantum fiber?
No, quantum fibers with CenturyLink.
No, okay. What I meant was, if you want to know, I should have said it a different way. Quantum fiber is a brand name of fiber. Let me just put it to you this way: fiber is fiber is fiber. It is a
and
fiber.
It's way better than cable.
What's that, Mark?
It's way better than cable.
Yes. It's a fiber optic, more efficient way to transmit information than through wire. Okay. Whether it's quantum or anyone else, fiber is fiber is fiber.
I have it in my house, Tom.
Which one?
The quantum fiber.
And how do you like it?
It works great.
Does your porn
the
download
reason
pretty
fiber,
quickly?
Oh, immediately.
Okay, and I'm just
the reason
joking, people.
fiber
Come
is
on.
so much better than DSL or Comcast or cable or satellite or anything else out there is the download and upload speed are symmetrical. It doesn't matter. Whatever the bandwidth is can be used in either direction, where all the other products, all the bandwidth is down.
And Mark, and what you said about that, there's something else to say about that. The fiber, when he said upload and download are symmetric, they're actually they're dynamic. In other words, no matter what you're using, they don't have to parse some for upload, some for download. It's totally dynamic. So one day you might be doing more uploads, and the other day you might be doing more downloads, and it's all automatic. So, Art, what did you need to know about Quantum? Deputy Doc has them. What do you want to know?
Well, you guys convinced me I want to switch from Xfinity. I don't like Xfinity. They constantly are raising their prices.
Well,
they all do
Xfinity,
that.
I'm just going to put it like it is. Xfinity is a dinosaur, like the Better Business Bureau, like Sears. They're just, if we had to make a list of dinosaurs, in fact, I'm going to ask my YouTube morons to do that. Make a list of dinosaurs. You know what?
Montgomery Ward.
Starting with Tom.
What's that? Hey.
On top of the dinosaur list.
Let's talk about dinosaurs, though, really. I mean, think about it. Newspapers, the Denver Post, any newspaper. There's no even. I don't even know why they even make newspapers anymore. Save the trees, save the planet.
Hey, Tom, you know what, though? There are thousands of people who love the New York Sunday Times. And it's become a ritual.
Thousands of people, Doc. There's like 7 billion of us.
Who just love the New York Times on Sunday.
Well, I can't believe the pricing. It's like almost too good to be true.
How much? Wait. What are they quoting you, bro? What are they quoting you?
Everything included, nothing out of my pocket, including equipment, everything installed. $75 a month and no contract for 1 gig.
Yeah, it's good.
Mark, is a gig sufficient?
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait a minute. Where does Quantum go?
What are you talking about?
What is their territory? Can I get it?
I don't know, man.
You can go on, they'll put your zip code in, and they'll tell you right online.
See, this is what I don't understand. Don't they have to be pre-wired for the Quantum? I mean, obviously, older neighborhoods won't have it.
Well, it depends if they put it in your area. They put it in my yard last summer.
How do you put in? So how do you find? I'm on the site. How do you find if your area is covered? I don't. It says.
It asks you for your zip code.
Where I don't see it. I don't see where it asks for it. But
okay, click on details. All for details.
No, I don't see anything like that. I'm on quantumfiber.com.
He's probably on Yahoo or something.
I'm on quantumfiber.com, you idiot. That's what I'm on.
He's on Open Table trying to make a reservation.
And there's nothing here that says put in your zip code.
Click on one of the services. Click on one of the services, 1 gig, 3 gig, 8 gig, and then it'll ask you for your zip code.
Click on the picture of the chicken.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK SmartAss. Hey, Art, thank you for bringing this up because fiber is really important. It really is, by the way. And I think it is the way of the future. Of course, broadband is actually, I should say this, Wi-Fi is the way of the future, not fiber. As soon as they can get the transmission rates up, but I don't think right now, I mean, fiber beats the living hell out of any kind of Wi-Fi, right? Any kind of wireless fidelity, I'm sure it does.
You certainly need fiber at your age.
Yes, fiber is good for you. Think about that. God, all these age jokes. I'm going to have one hell of a lawsuit when I retire. I'll tell you, I don't even have to worry about retirement. I just go after Mark, Shannon, and everyone else.
Just click the picture of your lawyer on your phone.
What you say?
Hey, Tom, but the best defense for us is truth. So you're out of luck.
Hey, you can't make fun of somebody.
We got Tom one of those jitterbug phones, Shannon. He's got pictures of me on there in order to call me.
Oh, those kinds of phones. How about the big, remember the landlines with the big numbers on them? The giant numbers? Anyway, I digress. 303-713-TALK. I'm going to talk about something coming up that I find fascinating. Well, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to just talk about it. I'm not going to tell you what it is until we talk about it. But also, Gary said he had a question about a car accident or something, too. Gary Hansen with us.
I got to ask you, is it Metamucil?
Yeah, see? More jokes, people. More jokes. You're all my witnesses. By the way, I'm going to subpoena my audience as my witnesses for age harassment.
They might not be able to show up to court.
We have more coming up.
That's good.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Thrive Home Builders.
It's a fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. 6th Avenue eastbound, you're going to see some stop and go in the off-ramp to I-25 southbound with slow traffic starting back from Federal. Through Commerce City, I-270 westbound roadwork continues at Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. No complaints 225 north and southbound through the Tech Center. Fox 31 pinpoint weather is sunny and warm for now. High of 70 this afternoon. Scattered thunderstorms rolling in later today. Overnight low of 37 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 62. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Thrive Home Builders, precisely built for optimal homeowner health, energy efficiency, and sustainability. Offering ranch-style homes with multi-gen options. Models are now open. Located 5 miles north of Old Town Fort Collins. Learn more at thrivehomebuilders.com.
Okay, if you are looking for a personal injury attorney, John Fuller is someone I have recommended, God, for many, many years. Why? It's simple. You want someone you can talk to. You don't call a call center, an intake committee, or some AI bot. You call John Fuller. They'll get the call to him. You can talk to him. Free legal advice. Ask him all your questions up front. Even if you don't think it might be serious enough, he'll tell you. He'll go over your case with you, free of charge. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. And then you get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. And constant communication with the lead attorney. He has pledged to only take the number of cases that he can work personally. And he really means it. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Solar, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Solar is the way to go if you can get it done correctly. And Red Rocks does it all, from the sales to the service and installation. And get this, you get a 40% tax credit with them, not just 30. You can find out more from them, redrocksrs.com. Okay, I still can't find where to put in my frickin' zip code.
You have something that you wanted to talk
Mark, go to Quantum Fiber. Oh, never mind. I just found it.
Yeah, we take all sorts of calls.
Just found it, so be quiet. All of you people are just
We
pissed.
worry about you. We're not making fun of you. We worry.
Bye.
Hey, I am going to kick some ass.
I'm here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and I am all out of gum. Rowdy Roddy Piper from They Live. Something just occurred to me. These kids are defending Palestine. Palestine? Already sounds Jewish. Oh, what was his name from?
Hey, can we
Blues
get
Brothers. Charles
Kachina?
Yeah, what?
Can
She's
we get
walking over.
Eric
She's-
Reinemer or one of our accountants on? Because Gary is right. A lot of these are tax questions I'm getting from text.
Okay.
See if we can get a quick segment with him.
Kelly, you on board with that? Yeah, she is a woman of action. Don't get your fingers near her mouth. I don't know what that means. From the river to the sea, golly, I got to get up to pee.
What'd I miss? Anything?
Yes. Everything.
Tom is quitting. He's leaving the whole thing to Doc.
Thank God. Funny part is I confuse them occasionally.
Oh, God.
Well, I think Doc can handle
He
it
is
after
a son of a
decades.
bitch.
After decades of working in the mines, like Doc has, I think he'll be okay.
All those papers still from that one lady you're working with?
No, this is my actual. I took a class at TU. This is my workbook from work, and I keep my notes in there. So I'm just rewriting my notes. I took a class.
30 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I went on this Quantum and put in my address, and it's not available. And it says that, by the way, CenturyLink is converting to Quantum on here. If you look at it, they're merging. So not all addresses have fiber. Mark, I would imagine you're not going to have fiber for a very, very long time.
No, the only thing we have besides, we have our spacecraft thing. But other than that, we just have CenturyLink.
303
Starlink.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to tell you something a study that was done. And I want to know if they're just trying to piss us off or if it's true. But they did a study of names. And the names and whether or not they got callbacks on job interviews or online inquiries about jobs. And they found some interesting stuff. Names like Buffy Taylor, Chase Turner, Brad Lipton, Marc Mager, they would get calls back quicker. Like, they would.
Compared to what?
Shaniqua Jackson, Keisha Johnson, Maceo Jones.
Point taken.
Marlo Jackson. Isn't it funny, though? No, I'm serious. I'm not making fun of names here, like Buffy and Chase. I mean, but they're white names. I don't think I've ever met a black woman called Buffy, but and if somebody, that's just the way it is. There are black names, there are white names. Now, I'm not saying they're exclusively black and exclusively white, so get off my case. I'm not saying any of that. But there are names that when you hear them, you feel it's the black name. And in fact, the study said white-sounding names get called back more often than black names. Now, what do you think? I mean, do you think that's BS? Do you? I mean, this was, by the way, it must be true. It was on NPR. Two economists started studying this 20 years ago. 20 years ago. They answered.
There's our tax dollars at work. That's great.
Well, no. These were not government economists. These were economists. They didn't say government. I mean, actually, it doesn't say there. It said two economists. But listen to this. They responded to a slew of ads with names, and then through the years have done it again and again and again. And they did a study, and they said applicants where the name might suggest that they're white got 50% more callbacks. Researchers...
I don't trust anything NPR says.
Well, you can look up the study directly, though. NPR is reporting on this study. But you're right about NPR. There's a lot of crap. But there's a lot of crap everywhere. I mean, Mark, you say you don't trust. Who do you trust? Really, who do you trust?
For what? You mean political stuff?
For news, information.
I'll tell you one I watch. I think he is definitely a little left, but I think he's fair. Lester Holt.
Oh, he's a great guy, yeah. Yeah. But he's surrounded, and when you say Lester, he doesn't control the whole content, you know? I mean, but in any case, this study, researchers of the University of California, Berkeley, and the University of Chicago, okay, so those are woke left cities, recently expanded that study and did 83,000 fake job applications. 83,000 to a variety of Fortune 500. Now, so they were taking off on this previous study and said, hey, let's see what would happen now. And they published a working paper, and it was called a discrimination report card. I don't think they're making this up. I really don't. But they're saying that just based on the name and whether it sounded black or white, people either got callbacks or not.
Wouldn't it depend what they're asking for a callback as well?
You know, Mark, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. I'm looking at this, okay, as we're talking. All it says are just general jobs, help wanted, like Latoya and Ebony and like I said, LaQuisha and whatever. They're not getting the callbacks. And I always say Buffy, but Debbie and Kathy and Karen. I don't know if Karen would get calls anymore, though. I mean, Stephanie.
I'd like to know. I'd love studies where they tell you nothing about it.
Well, look it up. It's called let me see. It's.
No, I'm saying, but you're reading it. What did they ask?
No, I'm not reading the study, Mark. I'm reading a synopsis of it. It's called the working paper. Hold on. I'm going right to the working paper. Okay, this is a working paper, and God, is it involved? I mean, I can't read it while we're live right now, but it's called a discrimination report card. Anyway, it's quite fascinating. Do you think that's true, though? What's your gut telling you? I mean, I don't think they're just trying to cause trouble. I mean, I can see
I
that.
think, like anything, you could phrase the question and get whom you want to call back to call back.
Anyway, JR has a question on Tabor we're going to talk about coming up. I'm Tom Martino. More right after this.
Okay.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Oh, hey, I don't think I updated it. Are you ready?
Hold on. Yes, sir. Go.
Euro.
That's it?
Just Euro. Thank you.
That's it?
Metro area.
That's it.
North to Fort Collins and down south to Colorado Springs. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, 225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Heading to the opposite end of town, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free to and from the Boulder area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. Until then, it's a warm day with a high of 70 degrees. Overnight low of 37. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies with a high of 61. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
If you're a dog lover, listen up. Master's only no-kill shelter is hosting a dog
I'm kind of tired by the time I get in here.
Four Seasons Hotel.
And that's my fault. It's not yours. I shouldn't lash out.
Fun continue its mission of helping abused.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martino. 10 seconds away.
Tickets now at maxfun.org. That's maxfun.org. Don't miss the Doghouse Correspondence Dinner on Saturday, October 19th.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You know what? When you say that, you say deals. No one can do water heaters at a better price. I'm just putting it right out there. You want a water heater, 40-gallon fully installed, the old one taken out and hauled away? How about this? $13.99. A 50-gallon, $14.99. Any size you want, best prices. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, and they say, in fact, any plumbing repair, and put them to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844.
Thank you. Yeah, for like 4 minutes still. Even though I screwed up again. I went to high school in the 80s, and we had Biffs and Buffys and all of that. That was great.
I find it hard to believe you went to high school.
Well, I didn't finish, you jerk. As a matter of fact, Overland class of 84. What?
Me neither.
Oh, that's all right. Look how you done.
I got a GED
Overland class
at
of
15.
84.
I'm sending
I'll
you
never
a text,
forget.
Mark.
Principal Joe Adamo. Mr. Scott, this institution no longer holds anything for you. Best.
What was the official reason they?
I had like less than 1 GPA, and they were just done with me. I announced I was never going to do homework. That's my time. And that was a lot of fun, and I was obviously intelligent, but no. And I was in theater. As a matter of fact, the kid named Biff in our class was a huge punk rock fan, and he had a huge mohawk. He had like a foot-tall mohawk that I think he might have used super glue to keep it up. It was crazy. But I went to Overland, and man, in the 80s, we had so much money. We rivaled Cherry Creek. I don't know if Valor even existed at the time, but it was Creek and us going at it. And we even had a kid with a DeLorean. I had a Caddy. We had kids with Porsches. And oh, man. We did all right. No worries. Except for the constant threat of nuclear war. Remember that? Hiding under your desk.
I remember the
duck and
drills.
cover. Yep.
Elementary school.
Who is this Ted guy?
understand. Coming back. By the way, I always hate when the show starts, and I'm sad to see it end. Isn't that weird? Huh. All right, here we go.
And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, now, I want to talk to JR, who has a question about Tabor. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Tom, so there's a news story the other day that said Tabor underpaid us by $67 million. So Polis underpaid us by $67 million on Tabor.
No, is that for sure, or where did you read that?
I've heard the stories. I've only heard parts of it. I read only parts of it. It's all over right now. It's everywhere if you look it up.
Okay.
It started out at $34 million. Now it's up to $67 million.
Now, I don't want to. Okay, let's just put it this way. You don't think it was intentional, for God's sakes, that they would actually?
Absolutely. I think they couldn't hide. I think they couldn't hide it. I think they tried to hide it.
You think they? Wait, you think? Wait, who do you? Who?
They couldn't find a place to
Let's
hide
talk turkey. Who actually tried to hide it?
Polis and the Colorado government. I honestly think that's what happened. So if there's anybody that you can get on to talk about it,
I want to.
Where
So
it
you're
was
saying
all
that
of a sudden
Colorado
popped up.
lawmakers and the governor purposely underpaid us?
I believe it.
And so they sent
they
out.
shortchanged
By
us
the
and tried to
by the
hide
way, I haven't gotten a Tabor. Has anyone gotten it? Mark, have you gotten it?
I don't think I've gotten mine yet.
It's a state thing, right? So Mark, you would have gotten one. Did you get one, Mark? He's not on, Shannon? So, hey, Gary Hans with Retirement Planning Center. Have you heard of the Tabor refunds being underpaid?
I haven't. No.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, that somehow. Now, I'm gonna hold you over here because I want to get details, if you can, to Kachina, because I do want to look it up. And here's what I'm thinking.
It says we're going to get it. It says Colorado taxpayers to receive $67 million more in Tabor refunds after accounting error, and that's CBS News.
Okay. But he's saying he thinks it was on purpose. Then who discovered it?
Oh, I have no idea. This is the same guy that shut down churches, but you could go buy weed.
All right.
And alcohol.
So what I need to figure out, and we'll do it during the break, is who discovered the error? That's what I want to know. Thanks, though, JR. JR, are you the JR moron? JR? Is this our moron,
Yeah.
JR?
JR the Toad.
I got a challenge for you, Tom.
Go ahead.
Are we still on the radio?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so the challenge I have for you is, once again, we're going back to chemtrails.
Yep.
So there's a kid that keeps on getting sued by celebrities because he tracks their airplanes.
Okay.
And the reason he started tracking them is because they would talk about, clean the skies and clean energy and save the planet, but then they're flying on private jets everywhere.
Right.
So he started tracking them. He started getting sued. Is there a possible way that you can actually track these chemtrail airplanes?
Well, not chemtrails, but I can track any flight you want. All you have to do is go to.
I'm talking about the airplanes themselves that are spraying the chemtrails.
They're not spraying chem. My God, JR, do you truly believe? See,
I've seen it coming out of some planes.
Hold on, that's one thing I'll never buy into, but I'm happy to discuss it with you. But you really sound like a nut. There's no concerted effort to spread chemtrails, and for what reason? For God's sakes. Selling your. Oh, God. Mark, did you read the other thing about Larson?
Yeah, I don't understand why that internet company has anything to do with it, but yeah, I just saw it.
And I
At
find
first,
that
I
hard
had no
to
idea
believe.
what it was.
Based on the hits to the website, and so I just find that hard to believe. Maybe they don't get their kind of person. I don't know.
Is it still Europlumbing?
I don't
Do you
know.
want me to write something different? This is the 12 o'clock. So we need the
It's
12
geoengineering, by the way.
hour.
What?
It's not chemtrails, it's geoengineering. It changes the atmosphere. It has nothing to do with like laying a chemical down.
Is it chocolate? Oh, I don't like chocolate.
Oh, you don't?
Thanks, though. Yeah, there's nothing at the top of the hour.
I know that.
Well, then okay.
Chemtrails have been around since the 60s. They're used for weather modification and mind control,
Hey,
if
Tom.
you didn't
Thank you,
know.
Mark. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey,
God, I was
Tom?
wondering what happened to your
Can you
mind.
please answer, Kelly? Tom,
What?
please answer, Kelly.
What, Kelly?
Eric Reinemer is not available today. Tomorrow is much better for him. So what time would you like him on?
Whenever we can get him in, you do
Okay.
it.
The White House released mandated reports on the state of science of solar geoengineering and startups in chemtrails and stuff. One solar geologist claims that the mind control aspects of chemtrails has just begun.
My sister is a chemtrail freak, and I said that to her. If it's mind control, how do you even know to talk about it?
Well,
you wouldn't
they're
notice
proving-
it if it was mind control.
Yep.
They're proving there's a flat Earth simply by putting the chemtrails down.
Huh, okay.
An accounting error was discovered, treated certain funds as exempt. The error was identified in a recent audit by the state auditors.
He was trying to hang on to the cash. Have another parade or something.
Oh, here's what's amazing. Now, it just so happens, isn't this amazing? I can't believe this. It just so happens they have a budget shortfall of $67 million.
Got a little cling to it. Ectoplasm. Slime.
Did I hear a fire-breathing dragon?
No. Steam escaping.
You believe in chemtrails, right?
They're scary. They're
Oh,
poisoning
come
us
on,
all.
come on, guys.
Not only that, they're ruining our pizza toppings.
Hey, Tom has certainly crop dusted us.
Extra pepperoni.
Hey, good point, Shannon. Tom, are you saying you don't believe in crop dusters?
Oh, God.
Tom is an active crop duster.
He was a crop duster.
Well, I'm saying he does it every time he's in the room. I don't think they know that part. Pretty busy guys.
You know, I decided who's going to be my financial planner from now on, my financial advisor. Mark.
Tom.
That wasn't me. That was Mark. Can't you tell which access it came in on? Smell it. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. This
What are you
can't
doing?
be me. It's not even time yet. You liars. God almighty.
It's not even your theme song.
I am going to kick some ass.
It's not even your theme song.
I thought we were... I was just daydreaming, and I thought we're coming back from a break. When I hear bumper music, I automatically start talking.
Are you like that at home?
Yeah, I do that in the bedroom. As soon as there's bumper music on TV, I start telling, hey, Steph, Tom
Stephanie
Martino
puts
here.
on the radio. And he says, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind.
Hey. Hey, Mark, do you realize that this Roth backdoor, there are no restrictions on it?
Well, the amount.
Yeah, no, what I mean is you can put it in your regular IRA and 5 minutes later transfer it.
Yeah.
But the Roth itself must stay in for 5 years before you get a full conversion.
Mallory's good with it. There's some accountants that tell you not to do it because it truly is a backdoor. It's not. It's kind of like, I don't know, getting around the red tape the way he describes it.
You have to wait 5 years for each one. Like, Mark, if you convert it before it becomes tax-free on the drawing out, it has to be 5 years old.
Yeah, I get you.
Not that I, hate it.
I'm sure it's FIFO, though. You know what I mean?
It's spread in here.
What? No, oh, yes, it is. It absolutely is. Yep.
It's harder for me when the big lights are on. 'cause
Yeah,
then I can't
yeah.
see exactly which one.
I don't want to talk about it on the air here, but
I
I
can
am
see
very
that,
disappointed. I'm sorry.
Makes
Some
sense.
stuff here.
I think that's true with everything, though.
Okay.
Man.
All right. I
don't
mean
think
it
it's
sincerely,
anything.
though. I mean,
keyboard over
no,
here.
you know what?
Look at
I'll
how
tell you
it-
one person that
Yeah, it
You
shines
can't
right
stump.
on. So for me, having my
Who?
eye issues,
10 seconds, guys.
not that easy.
Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Now, Tom, this is the one you start talking at.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Tom. Welcome to the show. Oh, you miss it. If you're not streaming this show, you miss a good show behind the scenes. During that break, I'm sitting here, and I don't know why Dragon did it. He starts playing bumper music at like
That was me, brother.
like 12:03. I'm supposed to
you
go
also
on at
just started
12:00. I
farting up
usually
a
go on
storm.
12:06. The show starts right each hour, like 10:06, 11:06, 12, whatever. So he plays bumper music at 03, and I automatically start in. Hi, I'm Tom Martino. I don't know, man. It's like a Pablo's reaction, I mean, I just did it. That doesn't mean I'm losing it, Mark. Mark starts laughing. Look, I said, even at home when I hear bumper music, I start saying to Stephanie, welcome, Stephanie. I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Okay, listen.
The only show of its kind.
The only show. This is the only show of its kind. Anyway, I want to tell you this. You can call right now with any problem, question, or complaint, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And I have learned a ton. During the break, I did some research on these retirement things. We had so many questions. It's called stacking, okay? When people are self-employed, a lot of them want to find ways to reduce their tax burden and stack money away. Okay? Now, obviously, I don't ever want to leave out a portion of my audience, but I have people of all walks of life, okay? These are the people who are self-employed, making some pretty good money, that want to reduce their tax burden and put away money for retirement. And here are some of the things we have. The solo 401k. That's when you're the only employee. Now, you might have 1099 people here and there. You can't do that, by the way, illegally just to cheat the system. But if you're the only employee, You can have a solo 401k, or if you have one or two employees with their relatives, where you can do it for them too. But this 401k lets you put away both sides, the employee contribution and the employer contribution, right? And that can be anywhere from 69 grand to 76.5. Now, obviously, this is someone who makes some dough, right? Then on top of that, you can do a SEP IRA. And you can put away a maximum of 58 grand, but it's a percentage of your income up to a maximum of 58. Then in addition to that...
I think, hold on, I'm not positive, but there's a clarification on that. If you have the solo 401k, you can also have a SEP, but I think it's got to be under a different business. You could be the same owner, but two businesses.
I think, hold on, that's not what I'm reading. Nope. Small business, if you're a small business owner and you have a 401k, you can have a SEP IRA as well. Now, Mark, cool. I'm only going by what I found here. Now, I'm hoping this is not wrong, but it says here, however, if you have employees, a SEP IRA might be more suitable because you must contribute the same percentage for your employers. It says here, if you have no full-time employees, the solo 401k is generally a better option due to a higher contribution limits. However, if you, is it saying either or then? Let's see. It says you can have both. You can have both a solo 401k and a SEP IRA at the same time, but specific rules apply. What they're saying is, so then here's the other thing. They're saying this, that then you can also put on top of that, a SEP, our traditional IRA, not a Roth, but a traditional one. But you don't get to deduct the contribution, but you can still have it, and it will still grow tax deferred. A lot of people are not aware of that. I have RP Center with us, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Gary, there are a lot of things people can do to stack money away for their retirement.
Absolutely.
I mean, were you aware of this stacking option of these various plans that you can put on top of each other?
Yes. We have clients that do that. In fact, depending on the nature of the client's business, they can have self-employed plans for one person plus a spouse. They can have SEP IRAs, which typically fit 1 to 4 employees. They could do a regular 401k that's 2+, and of course simple IRAs between 1 and 100 people. So there's a lot of options out there.
But one owner of a company, and a lot of people that do like consulting and contracting, and where they do a solo 401k, they can stack on top of that a SEP IRA, and they can stack on top of that a regular traditional IRA, but that one won't be deductible, but it'll still grow tax deferred. So those three right there can save people a ton of money on their investments. And then of course there are other things they can do as well. So
you remember years ago we had a venture with, I think 5 or 6 other people. You used a lot of your retirement stuff, but we took money from different retirement funds we all owned. We created an LLC. We bought a building and we leased the building out, and our retirements grew by those people paying for the rent each month. There was no limit on it. It was
what
great.
That's called, it's a self-directed IRA, Gary.
IRA.
And then you can actually, as long as it's an arm's length transaction, you can loan money out or buy real estate or any of that.
But what was great was the fact how well we did on it. There was no minimum or no maximum of how much you could stuff back in it. However much we made renting that place out, we could put towards our retirement.
Yeah,
it was like a stock that just kept going up. There was no limit.
That's right.
Well, the beautiful thing about it with you're talking about a very small percentage of the population, but boy, if you're making that kind of money, and very few people do, but those that do, there are wonderful options that are.
Well, wait a minute. No. What I'm saying is there are people that over the years, Gary, have money saved up in an IRA, a pretty good amount. And even if it's a smaller amount, what I'm saying is they can do things other than just stocks and all of that. They can take that IRA money and put it in a REIT. They can put it in, or which is a real estate thing, or they can
Hell,
go
a
in
fourplex, a quadplex, anything.
Right. Or they can go in with other people who have IRAs. You know, like that's what Mark was talking about. We had people that didn't make that much, but they made okay, but they pooled their money. Each of them pooled their IRA money into an LLC, which loaned out to another entity. So so that LLC made a crap load of money and then distributed it proportionately to the people who put in their retirement money. So if you only put in a few grand of your retirement money, or you put in a lot of your retirement money, it was in this LLC, and they each made a proportional share of that ridiculous return.
You remember we had to hire a company to make sure.
There, I know it's there.
Yeah.
I have clients that do that. The problem with some of the things you're mentioning, it's easy to put money in a REIT, but my heavens, try getting it out.
Oh, no. I'm not talking. You're right. You're right. Maybe I misspoke when it comes to a REIT. Let's put it another way. Let's say you have 10 people that have IRAs, and they are friends, or 5 people. Just put it whatever, 4 people.
Sure.
Okay. They form an LLC. Okay. And they do a self-directed IRA and invest in the LLC. The LLC then goes out and loans that money or goes out and buys something. And I'm telling you, it's possible. There's all kinds of creative stuff.
Absolutely.
But the people, but to get that done takes time and effort, and most of the time people don't do it right. I mean, I'm not telling you this is something easy, but more and more people are becoming very creative when it comes to their money. Now, let's talk about just regular,
hold on. Let me
working.
Let me pick up on what you just said, though. Someone out there that has a plumbing company, and they've got to buy a building. So, and they have money in a retirement fund, and maybe there's a couple of the owners, whatever. Instead of getting a traditional loan on that building, they could actually use their money, and they could rent it out to their business at a substantial profit and build their retirement accounts.
Absolutely. All
right. Now, we have a question.
The biggest challenge is the people, there's such a small percentage, and we love working with them, of the people that have the drive and incentive to want to do that.
No, you're right. You're right. A lot of people, if it's complicated, there's no way they're going to do it. Let's go to Ernie right now on the phone. Ernie, welcome to the show. What's going on?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, Tom. My basement is part of the ceiling of my basement is crumbling and it's falling down. And
wait a minute. Do you have, Ernie? Is it a crawl space or a full basement?
It's pretty much full basement.
Is it finished?
Yeah, I guess it's considered finished.
No, what I mean is when you go downstairs, do you have drywall and carpeting or drywall and flooring and stuff like that, or is it concrete walls?
I have paneling.
Okay. And how do you know it's crumbling?
No, the ceiling is a portion of the ceiling is falling.
And the ceiling is made of what? You have an acoustic ceiling of some kind?
Well, the portion that's falling down it's an area that kind of covers. I got steam heat.
Ernie,
Ernie,
I just need to know some specifics. The ceiling that's coming down, is it coming down big time, like caving in, coming down, or is it just warping and waterlogged?
Well, a portion of it is waterlogged, and a portion of it is coming down. It's falling.
And when you say coming down, can you see behind the ceiling, the drywall?
Well, it's not. It hasn't fallen all the way down because it's the door keeping it.
Where is the water coming from?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering if I need to get American Restoration in here.
Well, you need to get someone in there. Now, American Restoration can help clean up the mess. Maybe they can find the source. I think they can. You need to get someone in there to stop further damage. You could do damage to your foundation and stuff, Ernie. And depending on where the water's coming from, it may or may not be covered by insurance. It could be a pipe. It could be a drain. That would be a good thing. If it's coming in from outside and flowing into your home, they could call that flood. We don't know where it's coming from.
Yes, that's the reason why I listen to your show. You know, I'm listening to your show about every day.
Well, thank you, Ernie, and I recognize your voice. I want to ask you something, Ernie. Is this happening where that part of the basement is underground?
Not be covered by insurance. It could be a pipe.
Is that
It could be a
part
drain.
of the basement underground, Ernie?
I don't know what you mean, Tom.
Okay. You're in the basement. You're looking up at the ceiling. All right? It's caving in. If you look through the wall where that ceiling is caving in, do you see dirt or is it a walkout basement? What is it? Is it underground?
Yeah, it's underground, but it's underneath the rest of the house.
That's what I mean. Good. Okay. I understand. So we're getting some groundwater most likely in there. Or do you think it's a broken pipe or something?
I don't really know. The guy next door to me he's a contractor. He builds houses, and I had him to come up and look at it. And he said it probably because by insurance, so that's the reason why I called.
But did he say what he thought? Did he say where he thought the water was coming from?
He thought it was the water causing it.
Well,
That's all he told me.
But there's all kinds of water, Ernie. There's groundwater. There's
I know,
sewer water. There's
it's not
fresh
obvious.
water.
It's
There's
not-
what kind of water?
Well, he just said it looked like the reason why it's crumbling is the water coming in somewhere.
Okay, Ernie, good. We need to call You need to call American Restoration, seriously. And the good part about American Restoration is that they're going to be able to find out for you what is causing that, and they may not be able to fix that part, but they can keep it from damaging the house some more. At least get them out there. Call Rock. He's a good guy, and he's at American Restoration. You have their number, Ernie?
No, but I could get it.
Let me give it to you.
I think I may have it.
Let me give it to you.
All right.
833.
Wait,
Okay, Kitchina, would you do this off the air, please? Give him the number, because I can't do it. 303-713-8255. More coming up.
Hey guys, don't be that dad without life insurance. When thanks to Ethos, you can be that great dad with life insurance to help keep his family living exactly like they do now, secure and protected in the event of the unexpected. With a fast and easy online experience, some policies as low as $1 a day and up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Ethos makes getting life insurance protection hassle-free. E for easy, E for ethos at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
One of my most fun days is when I have Sheridan Auto Tech and Kevin in for car day. And you know what? I trust him so much. I've sent people to him over the years. If you want dependable, honest car repairs, both for electrical or the engine, minor or major maintenance, whatever, Sheridan Auto Tech. In fact, you can drive by with a problem and just ask a quick question or two. They're great people. Now, they do pre-buy inspections as well on used cars. They're your full-service auto repair facility. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Man, one of the most energetic, honest, great people you're going to meet. If you're looking at real estate, I know people who have had a house listed without one inquiry, and Frank lists the other house down the street and gets 15 or 20 and gets it sold. Why? You got to ask him. He'll do a free analysis of your home for the asking. What it will sell for, what you'll net, what you can buy. No obligation. Just call him for information. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, if you're looking for a beautiful shower, renewhomeinnovations.com. Now, they can do the whole bathroom or they can do the shower. That shower makes the bathroom. Stone walls, no maintenance, glass panels, no doors or curtains needed, no thresholds to step over. Get rid of that old, ugly combo shower tub. Ugh. And put in this beautiful shower, rectangle. And guess what? Perimeter drains, benches, grab bars. You make it custom for you. And here's the point. They do it in 2 or 3 days. You have 72 months to pay no interest. None. That's renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Troubleshooter show. Please hold a moment.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. And after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to all parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance. Helmacycline. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hi, Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Oh, yes. This is about the Medicare info. Okay, issue with Medicare. All right, hang on for me, and he will be with you as soon as possible. Okay. All right, hang on.
Okay, well,
10 seconds, guys.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Troy's got a question on property and business taxes, I think. No, just property and business. Go ahead. What's going on, Troy?
Hey, Tom. Mark mentioned something about being able to, with your self-directed IRA, buy a property and then lease that property back to your business?
Well, okay. I want to caution you on a couple things, okay? There is something called self-dealing or arm's length transactions, and you're not supposed to use retirement money for your own stuff, okay? However...
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Well, hold on.
That's why I
However,
was confused.
you could invest in an entity that does that kind of stuff, and there is a way to legally structure it to where if you want to use retirement, what is your goal? Just tell me what your goal is, because you're calling about yourself. So what is your goal?
Yeah, so I've got a gun shop, and I need a shooting range.
Okay.
So I want to buy the land for the shooting range with my 401k, and then lease that range to the gun shop.
Okay, so the land, when you say a gun range, it's not going to involve a building.
No. You may put a structure on it.
But you're just
classroom.
concerned about the land, period.
Well, it's going to be a improved land. So you'd put a bunker.
Okay, you can't develop it with your money. What you would have to do is this, okay? You would have to have an entity, Troy, that buys the land and improves it.
Okay.
And then that entity or somebody, you could do it yourself. It doesn't matter. But now what you want to do is you want your IRA money to own that and lease it to make money. Okay?
Okay.
Now, the problem comes in when you own the land with your retirement account. Your IRA owns that, and then you're leasing it back to yourself. I don't think that would be allowed.
Back to an LLC, not to me personally, but to my LLC.
Now, I know what you're saying. There are ways to do what you're trying to do. There are ways. However, I'm not sure. I can't tell you how to structure that. Somebody probably can. I'm not sure if Gary even would know that. But Gary, have you had people want to use their IRAs money, retirement money to, this is Gary with Retirement Planning Center of the Rochester. Have you had them want to invest in something that's too close to them and they weren't allowed to do it?
No, I've had a lot of clients that have pulled the resources and taken them into different types of investments, but I've never had them denied because of the way you stated your question.
Okay, I can look at how we did it, Mark, but we really did not.
Well, what you have to do, no matter what, you have to hire I think we use Pinnacle. You have to hire a company that is basically the trustee and blesses whatever you're doing.
Right. Right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that part. I was just trying to figure out how do you get that arm's length. So would it be better for the instead of doing my gun company as
but that's
LLC,
what that trustee does, man. That's what that trustee does.
They help you. They help you structure it, is what Mark is saying.
Okay.
There are ways to do it, but you have one of the things, Mark, I think that was important is that you and I did not control the company. That was one of the main things.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things, but it's very possible, but you have to have a company like Pinnacle, or else the IRS, it's just not going to fly.
And now here's what I was talking about, and it's right here. I knew I saw this. It's called self-dealing. You cannot, when you buy property and want to lease it to your own business, the IRS has regulations against what is known as self-dealing transactions. The rules prevent the IRA from engaging in transactions with disqualified persons. Okay? Now, the disqualified people would be you, your family members, and close business associates. Leasing property to your own business could be considered a prohibited transaction.
Or it could be okay if someone blesses it.
If well, here's where that comes in, Mark, and I know exactly what you're talking about. We had to own less than a certain percentage of the entity. They structured that, so that's why we had more than just a couple.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you had multiple people, so we
could not control it. Listen, I'm not trying to tell you how. There's no way I can tell you how to do it right now. What I can tell you is that there is a way to do what you want to do, but that's really up to you, okay? Now, self-directed IRAs are wonderful, and if I was going to do a self-directed IRA, I would go to Pacific Trust, okay? These people are geniuses, Pacific Trust, and they can give you... Go ahead.
So, the way you explained it, having multiple people putting, assets into that self-directed IRA, not a single one of you actually are controlling that single IRA. So that single IRA then truly does become an self-entity.
It's an entity unto itself that you don't control.
Exactly.
But listen, but you need someone, like Mark said. I don't know, Mark, if Pinnacle's even still around, but I know that I do a lot of business with
there's several. Yeah.
Pacific Premier Trust. I do a lot of business with. They do self-directed IRAs, and they're good people, and they're smart people. So that's what you need to do. Thanks. I wish I could give you more specifics, but Troy, that's where you start with a self-directed trustee. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kyle, what's going on with you, Kyle?
Hey, Tom, Kyle.
Yes, sir. What's happening?
Well, I've got a problem with Medicare. I don't, they change their rules every year, but I use this stuff called albuterol.
Yep.
It's an inhaler.
Yep.
Last year, I paid for a 90-day supply, and it was zero. Okay, but I was with United Healthcare. I switched to Humana, and this year...
Can we hold on a second? Hold on a second, because I don't want to rush you. I need to take this break. We got to figure out what's going on with this phone, people, because I don't know if you're hearing that, Dragon, but it's difficult to...
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Let's see if we can reestablish connection. We got more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Through downtown, I-25 northbound at 6th Avenue, a crash off on the right shoulder has slow traffic back from Lincoln Street and Broadway. We're seeing about 5 minutes of delays. Police still on site for this one, so watch out for slowdowns around the area. Just north of there, I-25 southbound, watch out for a vehicle fire in the right lane after I-70. Heading out east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard, both east and westbound roads. Watch out for bridge maintenance operations at Gun Club Road. No delays at the moment, but we have been seeing slowdowns pick up later into the afternoon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high 70, scattered thunderstorms later today. The current temperature in Denver, 66 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
I represent Joe Lazzara on the radio, and I tell people he's a criminal defense attorney that I hope you never need. And the reason I like the way Joe does business is we know life doesn't go perfectly. I'm not going to get into it, but there are DUIs, there are assaults, there are all kinds of things. Whether you did something stupid, falsely accused, or extenuating circumstances, let's just talk about the attorney part. Don't shop under pressure. Joe Lazzara will do free initial consultations, always, and then flat rate pricing. If you need him, call him. If you need to refer him, take the name down. Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, also at referralist.com, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Hey, Made in the Shade is a window covering business. I love the name Made in the Shade. It denotes that you are taking it easy, and you will when you hire them, because they come to your house and measure everything. That alone is a tremendous task when they do it, laser accuracy. And then they have a designer to help you pick the right stuff for the right rooms. Put together a budget for you if you decide to go with it and makes adjustments, whatever. Then they have their in-house installers. So they do it all from beginning to end. DenverShades.co. It's Made in the Shade when you're with them. DenverShades.co. Man, this is one hell of a... His email is so intricate.
Well, it all comes down to they changed his plan. I mean, it is what it is.
Who changed it, though?
He went from one to another. He was under United Healthcare.
Yeah.
And they covered the drug for free.
Right.
Then he switched to Humana this year, and they charge for the drug.
Well, they charge a copay.
One treats it.
They charge a copay,
copay.
Right? Huh?
That's right. One treats it as a tier 2 drug.
Right.
One treats it as a tier 3
let's get, you know what
drug.
I want to get on? I want to get you-know-who on. Let's get Integra
Yeah, John.
Who do you say?
Integra.
John with Integra, the old man.
Any one of them. They both know.
Man, if I ever switched from one company to another and I was on any form of drug, wouldn't you check first?
Oh, man, I got it here. No matter, oh, never mind. This other problem is a good one.
Why are you not going through? That was weird.
I was just checking on something with albuterol. This next guy.
With what, Doc? With Buterol? With what, Doc?
What?
What were you checking?
I just checked on some medication.
Oh.
Seriously?
Skills.
Yeah.
Ten seconds, guys.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kyle, listen, I looked over your email, okay? And let me make sure I get this right, and then you can fill in all the blanks. You had one health insurance drug plan under Medicare, and you switched to another, right? That we have established, right?
Yeah,
I
went from United to Humana.
Got it. And then
both run under the rules of Medicare. Both of those run under the rules of Medicare.
That's right. However, different drug plans handle drugs differently. They're not all the same. In other words, one might cover a drug and one may not. That's why Integra Insurance that I use to pick all my stuff and to always check my stuff, they make that very clear that this plan covers all of the drugs you want. This one may not. And then you pick accordingly. Now, your plans both covered this inhaler, but one covered it 100% and the other one requires a copay. That's where we're at right now, right?
United covered it last year 100%,
right.
But then I switched to Humana for 2024.
Right. Well,
okay, so
who switched you, and
deal,
why did you switch to Humana?
Because the dental care was not very good under United.
Okay.
They wouldn't cover some of my things that I need to have covered. My dentist told me that they don't. It's kind of a battle with them.
Wait a minute.
So
wait a minute. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting a clear picture here. So you didn't switch from United to Humana for just Part D. You actually do. You have Medicare Advantage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't make one company alter their contract to match another company. That's why we have free enterprise. You pick the company that best suits your needs. You wanted better dental care, so you went to Humana, but now you can't tell Humana they have to cover your inhaler.
No, and I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that.
Then what are you asking about?
This is the deal.
Okay.
Under my Humana summary of benefits, I sent it to you. It's like page 12. Says Tier 2 generic. Page 13, Tier 2 generic, all generic drugs is a Tier 2. They're Tier 2 drugs. The Tier 3 is the Ventolin. It's on page 27 of
Okay, listen, Troy, you are really losing my audience. You have to get to the generic. Listen, what are you saying that they are miscategorizing this drug and therefore it has a copay?
Yes, the Ventolin is the manufacturer's drug. Albuterol is the generic of the Ventolin. Okay, so...
And you're saying that because you're getting the generic, there should be no copay.
Right, because according to their own summary of benefits.
Then why don't they recognize that?
Drugs are a Tier 2. I don't know. I've talked to 4 different people in the Medicare department of the Humana, and one agreed with me that it was a mistake. One told me that they gave me a discount off the generic drug, from $40 to $32. One lady told me that it's a generic, but it's considered a Tier 3, even though it's a generic. So it's not following their own summary of benefits, and this is the problem I have. I'm going from paying nothing.
But why didn't you look into this? Like Integra Insurance.
It was the same. It was the same under United. United Healthcare. Their stuff is virtually the same as far as the drugs, because it's all controlled by Medicare. Medicare decides.
Well,
what
okay,
drugs
so
there are.
here's what I want to ask you. If Medicare is the one that puts out the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and what they pay for, if Medicare Advantage does that, then shouldn't they be able to intercede and say, look, this is covered under the plan?
Okay, well, they do have a way you can
dispute it. You can ask for an appeal.
Yeah, you can ask for the higher drug to be at a lower tier, so you paid less. It's called a tier exception.
Yes.
I did that. They told me that they faxed my physician because a physician has to.
They
fill
said
out
they
some
did not get a response.
Yes, my physician. They say they sent it to my provider. My provider never got it. So they were. They say that.
So how much?
he didn't
How much
respond,
is this
that he didn't
costing?
respond because
How
they
much
never
is this
got it.
costing you?
Well, now it's going to be $32 for a 30-day supply, where before I was paying nothing.
I get it.
According to and you can see the tier 2.
Hey,
if I
listen.
just do a 38
Hold on a second. Where is Integra? Did you try to get them on? They might have recommendations on where he can go to get this looked at.
I did. I reached out to both of them. They haven't called me back
All right,
or texted
just
me
hold
back.
on for a few minutes, okay, Kyle? Let's see if we can get someone
Okay.
on from Integra Insurance to help us, to give us some action steps, okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Through downtown, I-25 northbound at 6th Avenue, a crash off on the right shoulder has slow traffic back from Lincoln Street and Broadway. We're seeing about 5 minutes of delays. Police still on site for this one, so watch out for slowdowns around the area. Just north of there, I-25 southbound, watch out for a vehicle fire in the right lane after I-70. Heading out east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard, both east and westbound roads. Watch out for bridge maintenance operations at Gun Club Road. No delays at the moment, but we have been seeing slowdowns pick up later into the afternoon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high 70, scattered thunderstorms later today. The current temperature in Denver, 66 degrees. With your Impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Fix It 24/7 wants you to be prepared for the summer ahead. You know the heat is coming, and then you're going to call because you're going to say, my AC is not doing this or not doing that. By the way, even if you think your AC is working perfectly, for a lousy $39, the most screaming deal you ever get for up to 2 hours or more of a refurbishment. They take that thing apart to the extent they can and get out the dirt, which is the number one killer of ACs. They'll do that for $39 and a no breakdown guarantee. No, they're not looking to replace anything. They're looking to fix it. They can, by the way, increase efficiency up to 30% and give you a worry-free summer. Get it checked out now. Get it refurbished. Get the extreme clean. FixMyHome.com. FixMyHome.com.
Ah, there you are.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
I'm going to be in and out.
Okay.
That's right.
They should be expelled and prosecuted.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Now, Gwen, is Bo, are you on? Is Bo around somewhere, or is it
Yes, I'm here in studio, Tom.
Thank you, Bo. Deputy Bo worked with Gwen. Deputy Dollar did too, but Deputy Bo, because he was in this business before, in the HVAC business, just took a hand here. And Gwen, I looked over this pretty carefully, and I want to sum it up pretty quickly here. And that is, you had an addition done to your home, or a remodel, which involved your kitchen. To make a long story short, the remodel, the way it was done, necessitated you having to get a new furnace. We're going to run out of time, so let me just continue this. This is very important, because I looked at this, and I have some suggestions for you that might help. So more of this coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Hang on.
Okay, hold
Listen, here's what I want. I want Kyle to be brought back when we can get Integra. If not today, some other time.
on. Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Hey, Kyle, we're doing our best to try to get our insurance people on. They don't seem to be available today. So I'm going to try to get you on for tomorrow. What is your schedule like? Noon. Okay. All right. So depending on if we have lines available, I will give you a call after 12 o'clock p.m. What is the best number to reach you? 645. All right, you got it. I have it. Well, that's why we want to get Integra on our insurance people because they might actually have some other suggestions that might help you out. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's see what yeah, well, that's why we want to try to get our insurance experts on because like I said, they deal with it all the time and they might have some other suggestions. So we'll shoot for tomorrow afternoon, okay? Okay. Thank you. No problem. All right, take care. Bye. Time for ice.
What are you going to do this afternoon, Doc?
What?
What are you going to do this afternoon?
I might go hit some golf balls.
Oh, that's good. Get some practice in.
Yep. So I'm going to play on Sunday, so I might as well get a little.
Oh. You go over to that driving range over on Havana?
No, I go to my golf course.
Oh, okay.
I belong to a club, so I just go over there. And it's obviously free.
That's good.
I got a good deal on the. When I turned 70,
Yeah.
the initiation was $50,000, which I used when I sold my house. So when I was 70, the lady there's one woman who owns a freaking golf course, believe it or not.
What's the name of the course?
Cherry Creek Country Club.
One person owns Cherry Creek Country Club?
Yes.
God dang, I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Not Cherry Hills, Cherry Creek.
Okay, all right.
Which is, you probably passed it when you went to the barbecue.
It's off Havana, and they got the big driving range there?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that was Cherry Creek. Okay.
So anyway,
Is it right where Havana starts turning into Hampton?
no, that's Kennedy.
Okay.
That's a public course.
Okay.
When you were going to the barbecue,
Yeah.
it's like 2 blocks west of the barbecue place.
Oh, okay.
It was on your right-hand side of just, all you could see was a big brick wall. Anyway, so when I turned 70, she said, here's the deal. You can get your money back. You can sell your membership, or we'll give your son a free legacy membership, which costs $30,000. And so that means he pays half price till he's 40, and you never have to pay dues again. So I said, sign me up, because now the dues are $1,100 a month, which is insane.
Does your son play golf?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a good thing. Do they have a restaurant there?
Oh yeah, that the whole, it's, it's a golf course, a golf club, or country club, I should say. The whole deal, swimming and tennis and.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I just use the golf course basically.
Do they still charge you a monthly due in addition?
Nope, I don't have to. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to pay dues.
Well, that's a pretty good deal, Doc.
Yeah.
We belonged to a club, Piners, back in the day, and I know every quarter they charge you $300-400 worth of.
Because you were a social member.
Social member, yes, right, yes.
Yeah, because you had, and that was a food bill, right?
Yeah, and they charge you whether you went or not, and my kids hated to go there because they didn't like little kids running around the
Right.
country club. So they were uncomfortable, so we didn't.
Yeah, Pinehurst. I knew some people. We used to actually have a poker game there on Thursday nights.
Oh.
But then the guys who played there.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
So we didn't have a game anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a social.
Okay, what's the information?
Then it took forever to get the food. When you had little kids, you got to get them fed right.
Right.
They'd wait 30, 40 minutes to bring
Yeah.
the food up, and then the kids were. My wife said, "This isn't for us." My dad was a big golfer. He belonged there and played golf at Overland and Piners all the
Oh,
time.
really?
My uncle was
Right,
a golf
that's what
coach.
that's what our guys do
So
at
him and
at
my
Integra
dad,
Insurance,
they-
which we are hoping to get on tomorrow to help him out.
Where's Kennedy High School?
It's over off Wadsworth.
Since Integra is on our
Yeah,
referral list, that's
street
probably the
southwest
one that we're
Kent.
going
In
to
fact,
go.
that's where I went to high school. He could have went pro. He was a great golfer. Natural ability.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
I tell you, it's really hard to turn pro. There's so many golfers.
No problem. Thank you for the info. Okay, bye.
He played golf after school. He was a
Everybody's an expert.
He was on that golf course every day. I went a couple of times, but he lived it. I mean, that guy played golf. I think he played golf 7 days a week.
Wow.
He's a fanatic.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Well, then there's the great.
Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life just a little easier. In this hour, brought to you by GrossmanWellness.com. I'm proud to say that I'm a patient there, so I can't violate my own HIPAA. I'm admitting it. By the way, Grossman does blood work every 3 months, consultations, exams, annual physicals. All of it's rolled into programs that start at just a few $100 a month. And I'm in one where all my supplements for a few $100, supplements, prescription drugs, and the blood work, and all the consultations, and the annual physical are all rolled in. I want you to check them out, GrossmanWellness.com. They have different levels. You get started for $249. Yeah, that's it. For your initial blood work and your consultation, you don't have to continue. There is no obligation. GrossmanWellness.com. So about a month ago, she called in, Gwen, had Quality Builders put an addition on her home. As a result of doing the addition, there were some complications. The furnace had to be changed out for the venting reasons. It had to be a high-efficiency furnace because no longer could it be vented the way it used to be vented now that the kitchen was being altered. The old vent used to go through the kitchen, and therefore they also had to revent the water heater. Now, I want you guys to listen to this very carefully because I looked at each and every element. As it turns out, the venting of the water heater turned out to be incorrect, and that ruined the water heater. And then, as a result, they had to do a new water, or they have to get a new water heater. So they thought that Quality Builders was responsible for all of this. Now, here's what I want to say. If you do a home remodel, you take on a certain amount of risk. There's no doubt about it. There is a certain amount of risk, meaning that sometimes when you change one thing, something else has to be changed and all of that. So, when Quality Builders recommended a new furnace because of the way it was being routed, and they had to redo the water heater, according to Quality Builders, they did not do that. They said they recommended people to Gwen, and Gwen hired a separate contractor. And that separate contractor is not part of the program and is not part of the contract that the homeowners had with Quality Builders. It's a very logical letter. Here's what they say. In response to your inquiry about the Revere Street project, our company, Quality Building Company, QBC, performed a specific scope of work on a project, and permits were pulled for every bit of that work. The scope of work on that project did not include a water heater or furnace. The owners requested to add installation of a water heater and furnace replacement to the contract. But QBC did not put that in their contract and instead recommended the owners contract with a separate company, which they did. It is our understanding that someone else did the work. That's pretty logical. Now, Bo, you've been working with them, and Gwen, it seems to me like you have to go after that other company if they did you wrong. Now, that other company you hired, what was the name of the other company?
We didn't hire them. They did.
And that's in your contract. Who did you let me ask you something. You paid for the remodel to Quality Builders. Did the money you paid, did the money you paid to Quality Builders, did that include the furnace and the reventing of the water heater? It did?
Yes, I sent it to Bo's email.
Bo, do you have the contract? So you did not. You're telling me that they are basically fibbing here, that you did not hire a separate company. Your contract, you're telling me that your contract will specify that Quality Builders installed the new furnace.
Well, I don't know if the contract will, but the bill that they...
No, I don't care about the bill. What I care about is, did your contract include reventing the water heater and installing the new furnace?
I don't know if they did an addition to that.
Here's why. If it doesn't, then they're not responsible for it. Now, you said, though, the payment was included. So did you make one lump sum payment, or did you make regular payments on this project?
That was a lump sum, $4,300 for the furnace and $270 for the vent.
So you paid, let me get this straight then, you paid $4,000 some odd for the furnace.
Mm-hmm.
And that was for a high-efficiency furnace?
Yes.
That was the cheapest furnace I have ever heard of in my life. Bo, can you shed some light on this? You went and looked at the job. Does she have a high-efficiency furnace in there?
Yes, Tom.
Probably
Dollar and I went over and looked. They did install a Lennox 90% efficient
For
furnace.
$4,400?
That can't be. That's probably a $12,000 job for the furnace.
Gwen, you said you paid
Yes.
$4,300 for that furnace.
Yes.
Do you have, so you paid in a separate, do you have an invoice for that furnace?
I sent it to Bo.
Okay, Tom. Gwen, you'll need to email that to me. I didn't receive the contract, but I want to point out in the email from...
I didn't send the contract. I just sent the...
Well, we
bill
want to
for
see the contract. I want to know about the invoice for the furnace. Does it say $4,300 for a 90% efficient, brand new Lennox furnace?
Yes.
You stole the furnace. You got the furnace for half price. And are you sure the check is made out to Quality Builders for that furnace?
Yes.
You know, why doesn't Quality Builders come on the air, Bo? I mean, I'm not trying to make it bad for them. I'm trying to make it good for everyone. I'm trying to figure this out. They keep sending emails back and forth. They said they didn't do the work. She said she wrote the check out to them for the furnace.
Right. I called Friday. I talked to a lady.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to go through all of that because they're writing to us email.
Right, but they will not talk to us. That has to be via email, and I don't understand why they're not come on the air.
What's amazing to me, so who is this? This was sent from Natalie. Why doesn't Natalie talk to us? I mean, this is like ridiculous. I'm trying to help them out at Quality. I'm trying to because I'm not sure they're responsible for this. If they, first of all, is there anything wrong with the furnace? Let's get right there. Is there anything wrong with the furnace?
The furnace is functioning okay, except the venting is screwed up.
On the furnace?
Yes, the venting has elbows in it, and it's bringing back condensate fluid back to the heat exchanger. The flue is not venting, so it's going to eventually rust out the heat exchanger. So the venting does need to be changed, and venting's installed incorrectly. But without proper venting, your furnace is not going to last very long, and it needs to be corrected.
Well, that needs to be fixed. And then she needs a water heater. But that water heater, let me just go to worst case scenario. Let's say that Quality Builders did the furnace, and Quality Builders revented the water heater. Let's just say they did that for argument's sake. The reventing of the water heater did not work. Is that correct? Then she should get her money back for that part of it. How much was that?
$270.
$270. They should refund $270 for that. If you need a new water heater, though, because you changed the configuration of your home and where your stuff vents, they don't owe that to you. That's your job. You redid your home. They're not responsible for every consequence that comes up as a result of it. The fact that they missed it, okay? If they missed it, doesn't mean they owe it to you. This is a very hard concept for people to understand. If they were doing your bid and they neglected to tell you they needed to get you another furnace and they had to get you another water heater because of where the venting is, see, I don't think they did need to get you a new furnace and a new water heater.
It was their mistake.
I think the reason, according to Bo, that you needed a new furnace is because you needed to vent it in a different way because you did not want the old vent pipes going through your new kitchen.
So, up into the middle of the bathroom upstairs that they did.
Okay. But that's not their fault that your home was built that way and you're changing it. They did not see listen. I think at worst they neglected to tell you everything that you faced ahead. But the fact that they left it out doesn't mean they owe it to you. You don't get a new furnace because they left it out. You still would have to pay for it. Had they found it in the very beginning, let's just say they found everything in the beginning, and they gave you the bid for your addition, or your remodeling, and they said to you, and by the way, you'll need this new furnace, and you'll need a new water heater. Would you have canceled the whole contract?
I can't answer that.
See, and that's honest. You can't answer. But what I'm getting at is this. They don't owe you anything new because they left it out. It's the consequence of remodeling a home. When you have a home remodeler come in and they miss something and they come back and say, oh my God, we missed this. You really need to put a new furnace in because the way the old one was vented won't work anymore. And if that's the case, they don't owe you the furnace. In fact, they don't, but they gave you a hell of a deal. They gave it to you for half price. So if Quality Builders was responsible 100% for this entire screw up, if they were, they already made up for it. You got a 90% efficient Lennox furnace installed with just a few minor adjustments have to be made. You got it for half price. Bo, it won't cost that much to have that vent fixed, will it?
Probably to do it right, a couple, maybe $1,500.
Yeah, she's still going to be money ahead for that new furnace. You admit that, don't you, Bo? You went out and saw it.
Yes, and I'd like to add that in this email from Quality Builders, they stated that they had that you hired a company called Vero Mannion Party to do the furnace and water heater installation. Do you
Who
have
are
a separate
they?
bill?
We have
In the email, Natalie from the Quality Builders stated, it is our understanding that Vero Mannion was the party that actually did the furnace and water heater installation, not them, according to the email. So we need to find out who actually installed it. Was it Quality Builders or this Vero Mannion? We need some paperwork on that. But the bottom line...
Look, you're saying you never hired another company that Quality Builders did it all.
Yes, they did, because I have never heard of no Vero Mannion.
Okay, then I'm shocked why they would lie about this, really. Because they're not in the wrong. So I don't know why they wouldn't just admit doing the whole damn thing. I mean, what they did is not that bad. I know you don't want to hear that. Gwen, you don't want to hear that. You want me to say they should pay for the furnace and they should pay for the hot water heater.
No, I do not. I didn't say nothing about the furnace.
No.
So
Okay, then I'm sorry.
that.
I'm sorry. Gwen, what do you think they should do? I want you to tell me that coming back. 303-713-8255.
Hey guys, don't be that dad without life insurance. When thanks to Ethos, you can be that.
All right, buddy, you got about 20 seconds, and Fuller's on the phone. He's ready when you are.
Now, secure and protected in the event of the unexpected. With a fast and easy online experience, some policies as low as $1 a day and up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Just a few health questions. Ethos makes getting life insurance protection hassle-free. E for easy, E for ethos at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You know, I like to play devil's advocate now and then when it comes to asking my experts questions. John Fuller is my personal injury expert, myaccidentlawyer.co. We use him on the show all the time. And John, you do a great job for people. One of the things you do is you handle each and every case. They get your cell phone number. They have personal contact. I love all of that. But let's just cut to the chase. Let's say somebody's in an accident and the other party offers insurance limits. The other party says, okay, their insurance company says, listen, he's insured for this much. We'll give you 100% of his coverage. What else can you do for them? Why would they need to hire an attorney?
Yeah, so Tom, here's the thing. Insurance companies don't have any obligation to actually disclose to you the full extent of their coverages. And so normally, if you see an insurance company that's just falling over themselves trying to give you limits, that's a pretty good sign that there might be an umbrella policy or something else out there that would actually provide additional coverage that you'll never know about if you just accept that offer of limits and move on down the road. So especially when it seems that it's too easy and the insurance company is just trying to pay out money barely for the asking, it's usually a sign that you're in over your head. So that's when you want to give us a call right away. Let us do a full investigation and find out all of your rights in this accident before you do anything crazy.
And also, John, am I correct in saying that if they offer full limits and it's not enough to make you whole, you can go to your own UM or UI coverage? Is that right?
Yes, it is. But I must inform you that, one of the prerequisites of using your uninsured motorist coverage is also that you get permission from them to accept limits from the underlying carrier. And so once again, that offer of sending you a check for their policy limits may in fact cut off, any ability that you had to go after your UM proceeds. So it's just a very risky situation. Danger, danger, danger if they're offering you easy money. Definitely give us a call and we can help make sure that everything is done correctly.
John Fuller, always initial consultations without any obligation or money. And then when you hire him, no out of pocket. He does it for a percentage fee basis. Call. Notice the difference. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You want deals? You call EuroPlumbingColorado.net. In fact, this woman, Gwen, when she needs to do this water heater, she should call EuroPlumbingColorado.net if she wants a great deal. They say put them to the test. No one can do water heaters lower cost than they can, and they do quality work. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Made in the Shade is also a window covering place that gives you a one-stop shop at great prices and great service. Here's what they do first. They measure and have a designer come and help you pick out a budget for your home. And then, if you decide to move forward, they have the best installers in the business, and they do it all, a one-stop shop. They have all kinds of window coverings, shades, blinds, without cords nowadays. You can get battery-operated, solar-powered. You can get exterior shutters, interior shutters, or exterior window coverings for protection on golf courses. Whatever you need, they got Made in the Shade. That's denvershades.co, denvershades.co.
Sounds like a joy.
Mm-hmm.
Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 K-How, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-714. 713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so listen. This situation, I would be upset too. And home improvements, home remodeling is never easy. If people come into your home, you want them to be able to explain the scope of work and what might go wrong. Somehow it was overlooked that with the new bathroom and the way the kitchen is, there would be some venting issues with her existing HVAC and water heater. So therefore, she needed a new HVAC system, and she got it for a song. Now, it needs some correction on the venting. Fine. She'll still be in it almost half price of what it would normally cost her. Then what about the water heater? If she needs a water heater as a result of changing her configuration at home, that is an unforeseen cost. When someone misses something, it doesn't mean they owe you for it. When a mechanic gives you a diagnosis for your car and he says you need a transmission, and in doing the transmission work, let's say you really did need it, but you also need something else, a rear main seal, or I don't know, a transfer case or whatever, or a clutch or whatever you need. They're not responsible for it because they missed it. They're only responsible for it if they destroyed it. Now, here's what I want to say. The biggest controversy in this case is that she is saying she hired Quality Building to do the whole job. And Quality Building is saying in emails she never hired them to do it. And their contract does not specify anything at all with HVAC and water heater. And if that's the case, she has a problem anyway. But here's the thing. Then why did she make out the check for the furnace to Quality Builder? Why? And why did she make out the check for the venting of the water heater? I don't understand that. Because if they hired a sub, they're responsible. So this is the disconnect. And here's the problem. When companies like Quality, these people at Quality, they want to avoid coming on the show because they think, oh my God, we're not going on that show. What they don't understand, and I call them idiots for this, Quality Building Company, is that I am so fair that I am trying to be fair without them being here. If they were here, they could answer these simple questions. So here's what it tells me when companies don't come on. They're hiding something. I don't know what they're hiding. I don't think they need to hide anything because I don't think they did anything that wrong. The most they would owe her is maybe the money they took for venting the water heater if they took it. But they insist they had nothing to do with the air and nothing to do with the water heater. So my next question is this to them. Are you lying? Because why did you take payment? It seems to me you would not take payment for something if you didn't do it. Do you have proof of payment, Gwen, to them for the furnace?
Sent it email.
Okay. Bo, if you have proof of payment, I need you to call them and say, Natalie, listen, I don't care you don't want to come on the show, but it looks like you're lying to us. It doesn't look good. And we actually didn't start out being against Quality. We just need to know what the hell is going on.
We went out there just to try to verify things, and Natalie sent an email to me over the weekend stating that their lawyer would be contacting us. So I hope they're listening.
Then give me your lawyer's name, for God's sakes. Your attorney would tell you to talk to me. I'm not being bad. At worst, if they were responsible for the HVAC, at worst, the water heater wasn't vented properly. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know why a Quality build. What's really weird is I start out trying to be fair to a company. They assume I'm not going to be fair. So they don't come on. And then the homeowner comes up with all this evidence that looks like they're lying. Now we have in writing Quality saying, Natalie over at Quality Building Company saying that we did not do the HVAC and water heater. And Bo, you have a check made out to them for the furnace. Is that correct?
I didn't see the check.
Well,
but
she said she
apparently-
emailed it.
Okay, well, I did
Look
not
at your
get
email,
the email.
and see. Look at the email. And then call Natalie back and I'm writing her an email too. I'm writing Natalie an email directly now.
I don't have the email, but I also would like to call this other company, this Vero Mannion. I'd like to call them
All right,
during
why
the
don't you
break
do
to
that?
see if
Why
they, in
don't
fact,
you do
did do
that?
the install.
Why don't you do that? Call them
Okay.
too right now, and then call Natalie back, because I am just mystified by this. Now I'm going to go to the consumer again, Gwen. And Gwen, listen, I'm just trying to help in a way that we can. But I guess what I want to ask you is this: what do you want? How about that? What do you want?
A new water heater.
Okay,
And vented
they don't owe
right,
you a water
and the
heater.
furnace vented
They don't
right.
owe you a water heater.
They put on the kit that ruined our water heater.
Okay, now let's go back to the beginning. The reason it ruined your water heater is because that water heater could not be vented that way. Okay?
Exactly.
Now hold
They
on.
should have known
Gwen,
that.
Gwen, it could not be vented that way. So you had two choices. Keep the water heater you had and have the venting go through the middle of your bathroom in the beginning, or buy a new water heater. What would you have done? You would have bought a new water heater anyway. What I'm getting at is, even if they ruined that water heater would have never worked in the new edition. They don't owe it to you.
That is true.
I can't, Bo, we
That is
can, for the
true,
hell of
Tom.
it, call all those people, but I'm not fighting for Gwen to get a new water heater. Okay? I'm not doing it. Because in the beginning,
Break time, buddy.
in the beginning, if this contractor said, Gwen, that water heater can't be vented vertically, it's got to be vented through this bathroom, we can't do that, you're going to need a new water heater. They wouldn't have owed it to her then. They don't owe it to her now. She keeps saying they ruined it. What was she going to do? Sell a used water heater on the open market? They don't owe it to you, Gwen. I'm sorry. I'm not fighting for it. I'm done with this. I just would like to know, out of curiosity, why Quality Builders apparently lied to us about doing the work. Or maybe they hired the subcontractor and they don't want to admit it.
That's
I don't
what
know.
I'm thinking, Tom. I think they hired this subcontractor.
Well, why don't you call the
I will.
subcontractor and
During-
ask?
During the
Because,
break, I'm going to go
doesn't
check it out.
What really is weird is I'm sticking up for a company that's trying to lie to defend themselves. Apparently. Maybe they're not lying. Maybe Gwen is. I don't know. But I'd like to find out, for the hell of it, who hired who on this. Although I'm not going to fight for her to get a water heater. 303-713-8255.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major delays continue on the north end of town, I-25 southbound before Colorado 7 and 168th Avenue. A serious crash has the roadway reduced to one lane. Stopped up traffic back from Firestone Boulevard. Police are letting cars go by on the left-hand side. We're still seeing a 100-minute delay. And if you're looking for a detour, Colorado westbound to 287 or eastbound to Colorado Boulevard will give you a southbound straight shot right back into the metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. It's a warm one out there at the moment with a high of 70 degrees, overnight low of 37. The current temperature in Denver is 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
O'Brien Legal Services is a real estate firm, it's a real estate attorney's firm. And Brad O'Brien and his team, they help you with real estate problems, whether it's be an eviction, a commercial lease, maybe you have a border dispute, eminent domain, an easement restriction, adverse possession, owner finance of a project, or you're buying a big deal and you need to make a partnership agreement, whatever it is, OLSLaw.com. He's our expert on the show. He can be your expert too. OLSLaw.com. 720-370-7388.
I've never used one of those coupons.
Same.
It just goes straight into the trash, so I don't even want to know how much people are spending on putting that crap out.
Yep.
Do you have a cold, Kelly?
I don't think so.
What do you say?
Do you have a cold?
I must inform you that umbrella policy or something else out there.
Is Gwen still on?
Yeah, I think Tom's done with her, but I mean, you can keep her on just in case Bo comes back with some
Yeah,
information.
I guess.
It would be nice if Bo could get an answer by the time we come back.
Yeah, he's out making the call right now.
To 6.
Wednesday at 4, Biden wants to reclassify marijuana to put it in the same category as Tylenol. What will that mean for the children of Colorado? More psychosis, more suicide, less success, and many other bad things. Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Bo is making those calls to Quality Building to see why they claim they did not do that work there, nor did they sub it out. They said that Gwen hired the company directly. On this regard, I tend to believe Gwen. I mean, if she made out the damn check to Quality Home Builders for that, she knows if she did that or not. Again, the only thing I disagree with Gwen on is who owes what. They don't owe her a water heater. If you take a home improvement project, let's just take a parallel project. A guy comes to my house and says, Tom, this addition's going to cost you this much. And I say, cool. Now, they're in the middle of the project, and he comes to me and says, Tom, we neglected to see that when we expand this bathroom, the venting that you have for your furnace and for your water heater will be coming right through the middle of the bathroom. Therefore, we will need to revent your furnace and your water heater. And I said, well, how much is that going to cost? And they said, well, it's worse than that. We can't revent the heaters that you have because they're not high efficiency. And in order to vent them vertically or horizontally, we will need to get high efficiency furnace and water heater. At that point, do I have a right to say you should have told me that in the beginning? You buy them. No, I don't. They're mine. Did they miss it? Yeah, they did. They missed it. Were they negligent? Could have been. So what are you going to do? Go to court for negligence? What are you going to do? At best, I would say to them, could you give me a great deal on that furnace and water heater? At which point, I would have wanted a great deal. She got a great deal. Now, let's say that didn't happen. Let's say in the very beginning, they said to me, Tom, in addition to doing your bathroom and kitchen, you're going to need a new furnace and water heater because your venting's going to be changed. Same thing. Would they have to pay for it? Of course not. Whether it was the beginning, the middle, or toward the end. It's not their water heater and furnace, it's yours. It's a consequence of home improvements. Negligence. If you want to try to pin negligence, then you have to go to court and spend $50,000 to get your furnace paid for. The point I'm trying to make is it's not going to work. I know people have this idea of justice. It doesn't feel good, but that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Should the company have discovered all of the ramifications in a home remodel? The answer is yes, they should have. They absolutely should have, but they didn't. What are your losses? You could argue the furnace and the air. Okay, so how old was the water heater? They had it installed in 2019. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 was toward toward the end of its life. Okay? Or let's even say it was half-life. So at worst, if they took responsibility for everything, they would owe her for 50% of that water heater. And how old was the furnace? They'd have to pay for part of the furnace if they were 100% liable and negligent. And I'm just hoping that Gwen hears this and gives up a fight that is not worth it at this point. So I'm still baffled. I am still baffled as to why Natalie felt she had to mislead us, if she did, by the way, by saying they didn't do the work. Or maybe they didn't do the work. Maybe they hired the subcontractor. Maybe she hired the subcontractor. But Gwen, you swear you never signed another contract with anyone at all, ever. Isn't that right, Gwen?
Nope.
Okay. And I believe you, by the way. And Gwen, I hope you understand. I'm not trying to give you a hard time when it comes to this home improvement. But truly, at worst, these people did some poor planning, at worst. But they don't have to buy you a whole new water heater. The good
Well,
news is...
someone should for putting that kit on it. And illegally.
Okay, Gwen.
And almost could have carbon monoxided us.
But you didn't. It didn't poison you. You would have been better. Had you gotten
Yeah, luckily
poisoning,
it
you would have had a better case. That would have been a negligent case. But, Gwen, you keep going back to they shouldn't have put that vent on there. You're absolutely right. Now what? Now you need a new water heater. They don't owe you a water heater. They don't owe you one.
Because they put that kit on.
It's there. It's your water heater. Okay, let's say...
They should have known to say you need a new water heater.
Yes, they should have. And if they did, they would have told you you needed to buy that water heater in the beginning. You're right. You know, Gwen, we do agree. They should have known this from the beginning. You and I agree on that. They should have known. It doesn't mean they owe it to you. I'm going to see what my YouTube morons are saying. I don't know. They might agree. They might not. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major delays continue on the north end of town, I-25 southbound before Colorado 7 and 168th Avenue. A serious crash has the roadway reduced to one lane. Stopped up traffic back from Firestone Boulevard. Police are letting cars go by on the left-hand side. We're still seeing a 100-minute delay. And if you're looking for a detour, Colorado westbound to 287 or eastbound to Colorado Boulevard will give you a southbound straight shot right back into the metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. It's a warm one out there at the moment with a high of 70 degrees, overnight low of 37. The current temperature in Denver is 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar are some of the best professionals in the solar business for not just the sales, but also the installation and service of a solar system, and more importantly, the overall financial picture. They can help you with the tax credits, for which you get 40% when using them because they source everything in America. Then they can help you with financing as well. And if you're a commercial operation, they can get you grants. Look them up. You'll love them. They're on referralist.com, or you can go to redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. John Fuller, you've heard on the show as our expert many, many times. He is filled with wisdom when it comes to accidents. And if you're injured or think you're injured or think someone else is injured in your family and you need help, call him right away. It doesn't cost you to call him to talk it over. The good news is you get to talk to him. You actually get to talk to him. And then you decide if it's a good fit to hire him. No out of pocket. It's always on a percentage fee basis. And then he only takes as many cases as he can work personally. You get his personal cell phone, and he'll be in touch with you. By now, you know there is a fuller difference. That's actually talking to the attorney. 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
He'll get here when he gets here.
Okay.
Advisors with this new standard often have limited investment in product selection. Raising wealth is held to a fiduciary
You know, it's about time they did this with the marijuana. There are 3 drugs. There's different classifications for drugs.
Oh, is there?
Like 1 is the most dangerous, 2 are controlled, 3 and 4 are like, codeine and stuff like that, and 5 is drugs you can just go to the
Over-the-counter stuff?
So the 3 drugs that are on class 1 are LSD, heroin, and
cocaine, maybe?
Marijuana.
Oh.
Cocaine is in class 2.
Oh, is
so according to the Justice Department, marijuana is more dangerous than coke. It's
Really?
Fucked up.
That is fucked up.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can jump in. Is he coming back on the air at all?
Yes.
He'll come on real quick. It's only like 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out and tell him what I found with this call.
I can hear
Doc.
you.
See
Here he
next
is.
week.
Ah, crap, son of a bitch. God damn it. I hate when that happens.
It's Ryan Schuling.
Wednesday is May Day celebrated around the world. Also a distress call currently apt in the United States. I'll recap the high points from attending Dr. Jordan Peterson's appearance at Belco Theater Tuesday night here on 630 KHOW.
All right, let's go right to Deputy Bo. Deputy Bo, what did you find out? Did you find who hired who?
Okay, I have not received her email yet, but I did call this Veryl Mannion. I tried it 3 times that Quality Builders claimed or purported did the HVAC and water heater venting, and the numbers disconnected.
Oh.
So I think the only thing we need to do is just wait for her contract to come through, but I think Quality Builders is doing something funny here.
Well, they could be doing something funny. Here's what's weird. Even if they're lying about who hired the HVAC and the water heater, they're not responsible for anything, in my opinion. I mean, I don't get it. Why lie when the truth will do?
They need to really come on the air and state their side. I think they had something to do with this installation, but this
But
Gwen,
even if they did, who cares?
Yeah.
It's a remodel. It's a remodel. There are risks. There are problems. Things get missed. It happens. It doesn't
That's
mean
true.
they owe her for it. I'm Tom
No.
Martino, 303 Martino. Save all your problems for me. And don't forget, you can always go to referralist.com as well. All right, guys. Great work. See ya.
See you, buddy.
Martino.